Mystery Theater presents... Welcome. Come in. I'm Tammy Grimes. As far back as the art of storytelling goes, one of the most treasured examples of the narrative technique has been that of the ghost story. The ancient belief in ghosts was rooted in the idea that the spirit of a man never dies. These spirits may appear in any form, and the most terrifying have been the apparitions that belong to those who died a violent or unnatural death.
That streak of lightning, that crack of thunder, is that usual here in the desert?
With a full moon staring down on us?
Talk, Joe! Like I tell you, this road leads to place where evil spirits dwell. Spirits of the dead. Big danger for white man. You smart men, you turn back.
Our mystery drama, Roll Call of the Dead, was especially adapted for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss. It stars Russell Horton and Lloyd Battista. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Thursday on CBS TV, it's the season premiere of Knots Landing. And what will happen to Gary's sizzling love affair with Abby when he learns of Val's angry decision?
You're not staying here.
I will stay where I like, and I will sleep where I like.
And Gary pushes Karen to her limit, too.
Gary, you're fired.
Don't miss the searing action on the season premiere of Knots Landing. Thursday at 10, 9 Central and Mountain on CBS TV.
Call me a liar, and I'm going to walk out that door. I won't go to Val, but I'm not coming back here either.
Hello, I'm Nancy Marchand. When we speak of priorities, there's one that comes first with most of us, the well-being of our families. Unfortunately, millions of families in developing countries know only poverty, hunger, and sickness. You can help them through care. Your contributions will provide the means for survival today and self-support tomorrow. Contribute to CARE. Box 576, New York 10156, or your local CARE office.
Tommy, it's official.
What's official?
All the results of my survey.
What survey?
Oh, the results show you are the winner.
What winner?
You've been voted the best-dressed man in town.
By whom?
By me. It was a survey of one.
Well, you're all that counts.
And that counts for a lot. Maurice L. Rothschild Clothing for Men can make it easy for you to look your best. 6 locations in Chicago and suburbs, expert tailoring service, and prices low enough to fit any budget. That's the way it's been at Rothschild's for 100 years. Maurice L. Rothschild, the kind of fine men's clothing that makes things happen. Let it happen for you today.
Okay, here's my acceptance speech. Ready? Thank you for voting me the best-dressed man in town. But I couldn't have done it alone.
Oh, cheated, huh?
Oh, yeah, I buy my clothes at Rothschild.
Oh, I would have voted for you if you didn't have any clothes.
Oh.
Maurice L. Rothschild at Randhurst, Harlem Irving, Ford City, Woodfield, 6 Corners, and 34th and King Drive. Maurice L. Rothschild, fine men's clothing. Let it happen.
Few facets of American history have been more over-sentimentalized than the story of the settlement of our Great West. We have been given the stereotypes of the noble, tragic Indian, the rough and ready cowboy, and the gun-happy desperado. But if the story of the West is to have any real meaning, we must look to the writing of those who dealt with its dust, its dirt, its hard work, its personal tragedy, and sometimes with the unknown, the unexpected. 2 young men about to graduate from an Eastern college are in a tent watching an exhibition of Western skills and skill.
She hasn't missed a single shot.
Hey, that woman is absolutely phenomenal.
Jimmy, look at her now. She's turning herself around, galloping around the ring, sitting backwards on her horse.
Hey, and shooting at the target as her horse goes around at full speed.
Bullseye by every time. Oh, no, Jimmy, look what she's doing now.
Swinging herself under the belly of her horse, holding onto the saddle with one hand.
Her assistant is handing her a fresh rifle as she goes by.
Yeah, she's pointing the rifle at the target.
And wham! Right into the bullseye again. Look, Jimmy, there's the great Buffalo Bill himself.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Buffalo Bill Wild West Show with its Congress of Rough Riders of the World has presented Miss Annie Oakley in her astonishing demonstration of dexterity in the use of firearms.
She certainly was wonderful.
And now, for our closing number, we will demonstrate how a cow outfit is brutally attacked on the Great Plains by a band of bloodthirsty, marauding Indians, who in turn are repulsed by the brave veterans of the splendid 6th U.S. Cavalry. Maestro, if you please.
Just look at him go, Jimmy. Jimmy, I have a great idea.
What is it?
After we get our diplomas in June, what do you say you and I go out with?
What for?
For the fun of it and the excitement. Well, in another 10, 20 years, it'll probably all be gone. This is 1888. Time is passing us, Jimmy.
What are you thinking of?
Oh, we're young. The West is still young. I don't want to learn about it from Wild West shows. I want to see what's left of it for myself.
Hey, I'm all for it, Clark.
How about the Arizona Territory? The Santa Fe Railroad will take us as far as New Mexico. And from there on, it's clear sailing all the way to the California border. Well, Jimmy, old friend, here we are.
Yeah, where are we? This can't be Santa Fe.
Oh, no, this is Lamy, territory of New Mexico. Santa Fe's about 15 miles to the north. We can hire one of those buggies over there to take us to town.
And then?
We pick up a reliable guide, some pack horses, firearms, whatever we need by way of supply.
And maps, Clark, lots of maps.
Sooner or later, we're going to get to places that have never been mapped. That's the whole idea.
Clark, that old Indian, he's been eyeing us. I think he's coming over to us.
Yeah, so he is.
I wouldn't want to meet him anywhere alone on a dark night.
Welcome, young gentlemen. Welcome to territory of New Mexico, United States of America.
We know. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I would like to help you if you want.
Well, that's very kind of you, sir.
I am Joe. Joe Broken Arrow, tribe of Apache.
Oh, I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Arrow.
Joe, you call me Joe.
You know, Joe, I think you might be able to help us. After we rest up in Santa Fe from this long train trip, we're headed west. Southwest, as a matter of fact, to the Arizona Territory.
Yeah, and we'd appreciate some advice if you'd be so kind about supplies, horses, things like that. Oh, we'd pay for your time, of course.
You say you go southwest Arizona?
We're planning to follow the course of the Gila River, way past the Catalina Mountains.
Oh, bad place, very bad place, especially for white man.
Why do you say that, Joe?
Well, one thing for sure, you need good guide. You not go that place yourself. Very dangerous.
Why, Joe?
We're not afraid, you know.
Better you take me with you. I be your guide, you Indian scout. I know that country better than anyone.
Give us a minute, Joe. Clark, what do you think? I mean, his looks worry me. His face is like a death mask. I mean, can we trust this little bird?
I'm not too sure.
I must say, with that big black hat pulled down up to his eyes, he does not exactly inspire me with the greatest confidence.
Young gentlemen, you not worry about Joe. Joe Broken Arrow, how you say it, very reliable.
Jimmy?
Well, why not?
All right, Joe, you're on.
You not be sorry, young gentlemen. Only one thing.
Yes?
If I work for you, whenever time come, make decision about anything, you listen Joe. Do what Joe say. Sometime, especially where we go, could be, how you say it, matter of life or death. You understand, huh?
Sure, Joe, if we understand.
That sun's like a big, round, orange ball of fire.
Yeah, it'll be setting pretty soon.
Clark, good thing we decided, or rather Joe back there decided for us, that we do most of our traveling in the darkness, sleeping in the daytime. We'd burn to ashes under that broiling sun.
Oh, and Jimmy, look what it does to the rocks on those mountains.
Yeah, like they were painted in 100 different colors.
Which way, Joe? We come to what looks like a fork in the road.
Wait, young gentlemen, I come to you. We go north. Take right fork.
Whatever you say, Joe.
Wait a minute, Jimmy. Joe, can I ask about this other road, the one to the left? Any reason for not taking that one?
Left fork, very dangerous, not safe.
How? Why?
Lead to place where evil spirits dwell, spirits of the dead, bad, ugly spirits.
Well, we're not afraid of things like that, are we, Jimmy?
Well, no, not really. No, Joe, we are not afraid.
You listen, Joe. Take other road.
This way, Clark.
Well, hold on a bit, Jimmy. We didn't come thousands of miles all the way out here just to look for the safe ways. We came for the adventure, the excitement, remember?
Well, I guess so. Sure, of course.
Then let's not play it safe. We take the chance. See what old Joe is talking about, all right?
All right.
So we take right fork. Left fork not only lead to place of evil, is also place of big danger to white man. Pass through Apache territory.
So what?
Apache, wild, fierce. I know well.
Of course, you're an Apache.
So we take right fork to north.
For once, we're going to disappoint you, Joe. We take left fork, the bad one, to south.
What's that?
He's Coyote.
Come on, let's go. What time you got, Jimmy?
Nearly 4 a.m. We ought to be turning in pretty soon.
Yeah, lucky we got a full moon with us tonight.
True. Its light makes these desert sands look like so many fields of snow. Remind you, Clark, of back home?
What on earth was that?
That flash of lightning out of nowhere. Split the sky wide open.
Oh, that's crazy. Lightning and thunder in the desert with no clouds and a full moon? How could that be? Joe?
Yes?
Come here a minute, will you?
You want something, young gentleman?
That streak of lightning just now, the thunder, is that usual here in the desert this time of year?
With the full moon shining down on us?
You understand what we're asking you, Joe?
I understand.
Then what's the explanation? Is that usual? Should we have expected it?
It's not, how you say it, usual. But you must expect such things.
Why?
Well, like I tell you, this road lead to place of evil. What happened here, not usual. Sometime evil spirit give warning. Everything very strange.
Not again. I just don't get it.
Clark, look over there to the left. No more than 100 feet from us. Do you see what I see?
What is that?
It looks like a smokestack. A tall masonry smokestack.
Rising right out of the sagebrush. Out of that dry gulch.
Look behind it. A whole set of furnaces, brand new furnaces of some kind.
Well, those are ore smelters, I think. They look as though they've never been used. Come on, let's ride up and see. I'm glad there's a full moon, Jimmy. There are dozens of workmen's tools scattered all over the place.
As if they were dropped in a tremendous hurry. As if someone panicked and ran.
And not the faintest sign of a town. Or of life of any kind, anywhere.
Except for the coyotes. What do you make of it, Clark?
I haven't the slightest idea.
The furnaces. The smelters. They've begun to work by themselves.
Joe! Joe, what is this? For heaven's sake, tell us what's going on.
Better you ask him.
Him?
Who? The tall man who sit on rock over there, all alone. Man who never take eye off you.
Where did he come from?
You ask him.
For over 100 years, the wave of migration to the American West created a unique process that had a tremendous influence on the shaping of the American character. For some, it was what was called a gate of escape, a safety valve for the discontented. For others, like young Clark and Jimmy of our story, there was the thrill and the excitement of a daring new adventure. To where their particular journey will lead, we must wait for Act 2 shortly.
I'm lost and lonely, scared and sad, trembling at the thought of making me mad. My love is yours, but at times you're so cold. If life's like this, take me before I grow old.
This song about child abuse was written by a man who has served time in a state prison. It tells how he felt growing up as an abused child. Many of the social problems in America today spring directly from child abuse. Yet, with enough knowledge and enough money, child abuse can be prevented. Help us get to the heart of the problem. Write Prevent Child Abuse, Box 2866, Chicago, Illinois, 60690. Message of the Ad Council and the National Committee for Prevention of Child Abuse.
Have you started saving Jewel Gold Register tapes? It's an easy and economical way for you to own a handsome Phoenix Quartz watch. Choose from 15 styles, from time and date digitals to digitals with stopwatch and alarm, from sporty contemporary styles to elegant classics in golden tones. Each is battery powered for electronic accuracy 365 days a year, and prices start from just $7.99 with $100 in Jewel Gold tapes. That makes them truly affordable classics. So start saving your gold register tapes today. Collect $100 worth, and you'll be able to take home your Phoenix watch right away. There's no waiting for the right timepiece when you collect gold register tapes from Jewel.
Been a friend of the family for 15 years. Your friend of the family, friend of the family, your friend of the family, Jewel.
It's the late 1880s. Clark and Jimmy have come west and, accompanied by an old Indian guide, are in what had come to be known as the Arizona Territory. 100,000 square miles of dry and empty plains, of dry and scorching deserts. A raw and challenging frontier for the courageous, the adventurous, and especially for the young. Clark and Jimmy have just been startled by a sight they never expected to find in this barren wasteland of a desert.
Joe, who is that standing over there?
Better you ask him, that tall man who sit on rock over there all alone, who never take eye off you.
You! Over there, stand up. Jim, let's dismount.
Now get your hands up over your head.
Joe, take care of the horses. And now you, over there. Come towards us slowly. Are you deaf? I said come over here.
I'll stay where I am.
We both got you covered.
What of it?
One false move, stranger, and you're as good as dead.
Did you say dead?
Jimmy, you help Joe start a fire, will you? I can take care of this old guy.
Right, Clark.
You, I said don't move and keep your hands high, just where they are.
I come in peace, not looking for trouble. There's my rifle. Catch it.
No tricks, I warn you. No, you can put your hands down.
I ain't that kind of you.
Say, have you got any idea about that smokestack and those furnaces over there?
Smokestacks? Furnaces?
Yeah, there on your right. What's so funny? What's the joke?
You fellas from the east, ain't you?
Yeah, what if we are?
What you're looking at, that ain't no smokestacks nor furnaces neither.
They're not.
Take another look. That's a big, tall growth of Oregon cactus, with a lot of smaller ones scattered around it. In the moonlight, they kind of take on different shapes.
But we both thought we heard... Well, never mind. It was nothing. I'd like to ask what you're doing out here in the desert all by yourself in the middle of the night.
I'm alone. Now. Except for the rattlesnakes, the lizards, and occasional coyote off in the distance, and them little road-running birds. You youngsters are the first living things I've seen in a long time. A very long time.
Why did you say that you're alone now?
Once there was 4 men, good men, all of them. Ramon Gallegos, a Mexican. Little Billy Shaw.
Oh, the famous desperado?
A fellow from someplace back in Europe, Steve Binsick. And there was Barry Davis. They all started out from Tucson, crossed the Santa Catalina Mountains just as you have, and traveled due west. They was prospecting.
What for?
That's a stupid question. For silver, naturally. But they had no guide. This all happened a long time ago. Matter of true fact, it all happened 30 years ago.
What's that you got hanging there from your belt?
What, this?
Yeah, it looks like a mop of some kind. A mop of long black rope. What is it?
I don't want to talk about it.
It's all right with me. I see that Joe, that's our Apache guide.
Apache?
Yeah, he and Jimmy, my friend, have got the fire started and thrown up the sleeping shed. You're welcome to join us for something to eat.
No chow for me. I choose to sit right here for a bit.
Suit yourself. Jimmy?
We got a good fire going.
Yeah, I want to talk to you. Our friend over there, I can't make him out. I don't think he's right in the head.
Dangerous?
I'd say he's quite harmless. Not really unfriendly, but a little peculiar.
Maybe he's not as crazy as you think. Remember the solitary life so many of these men lead. I guess after a while it makes them look and sound a little, strange.
Yeah, but traveling alone out in the middle of nowhere? In the dark of night?
What's that?
Over there. Coming towards us. Sounds like they might be grasshoppers. Millions of them.
Joe, what do we do?
We do nothing. We wait. They eat whatever they find, then fly away.
They're swooping down on us.
They're right over our heads.
Keep head down low. They not touch you. Soon they pass.
Joe, would you say that a swarm of grasshoppers in the desert, where there's so little for them to eat, would you say that was a little unusual?
Very, how you say it, very unusual.
Well, then how come?
I say take road to north. You say take road to south.
Yeah, of course.
You know, this desert country ain't any more what it was in the old days. Back in the 1850s, 30 years ago.
What place is?
In them days, there wasn't a ranch between the Gila and the Gulf. Well, maybe there ain't none now. But
there was always a little grass near any water hole you could find. Enough to keep your animals from starvation.
Well, what about the men?
You went some time for days without food or drink. Then, just as you was about to go mad, your luck would turn. And you'd come across a shallow pool of water at the bottom of an arroyo. You'd shoot some wild animal, an antelope, coyote, cougar, even eat some of them lizards. All was food.
And the Indians?
I don't want to talk about them.
Why not?
Not too long after the 4 men I spoke of had started out, the purpose of this expedition changed from discovery of wealth to preserving their lives. They'd gone too far to turn back, and what was ahead could be no worse than what was behind. So they pushed on.
Riding at night, the way we are?
Of course. Then came that morning when the Apaches finally attacked. They'd been following for almost a week. Must have been 40 or 50 of them, screaming their heads off, whooping down on the 4 of them. Ramon Gallegos, Little Billy Shaw, Steve Vincent, and Davis.
Well, what happened?
20 yards up a slope of some kind with some cliffs. Straight up and down they were, with a narrow opening you could just squeeze through. They ran into it and stayed there. All they had was their rifles. They knew the Indians was watching them by day and night, waiting for one of the men to show. They held out for 4 days, and then...
Yes?
I'm very tired. I want some sleep.
Well, I think we all do.
I'd like to know what happened.
Later, Jimmy, later. Joe, are the horses hobbled and picketed?
Horses all fine.
Well, a little sleep will do us all a lot of good. You care to join us under the sleeping shed?
Well, thank you. I'll do my sleeping over yonder in the shade of that big cactus.
Well, if you like. Oh, here's your rifle. By the way, what are you called? What's your name?
My name is Barry Davis.
Jimmy.
Yes?
You awake?
I am now.
Something just woke me.
Yeah, me too, Clark.
What could it have been? What on earth am I hearing? What's that noise?
It sounds like horses, galloping horses.
Coming this way, I think. Joe? Joe, are you still asleep? Joe? Where is he, Jimmy?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Well, he's disappeared. And he's left his big hat the first time I've seen it off his head.
Well, I'll be... Clark! Look! Those Indians are riding like madmen, and they are headed in this direction, howling like 100 devils. What do we do?
Just stay as calm as we can. See what happens.
They have got to be Apaches.
Well, I don't think so. When their chief Geronimo surrendered 2 years ago, the Apaches became men of peace.
Well, that doesn't sound very peaceful.
Jimmy! They're shooting at our friend over there. They're shooting at Barry Davis.
And he's shooting back at them. Now, shouldn't we do something to help?
They got him. He's fallen over wounded.
Clark! No, look, he's standing up again. He's aiming at the Indian who just shot him. He got him! Davis got the Indian. The Indian tumbled off his horse right onto the ground.
Well, the others are turning around, riding off in the direction they came from.
Look, we better get out of here, but fast before anything else happens.
Well, why? They couldn't have been less interested in us, and they certainly saw us.
Just the same, I am taking down the shed. Where on earth is old Joe? Just when we need him most.
Look, you go ahead. I'm going to see what happened to Mr. Barry Davis. Jimmy.
Huh?
Jimmy, stop what you're doing.
What's the matter?
Take a look over there. By the big cactus where Barry Davis was sleeping. What do you see?
I don't see a thing.
Barry Davis?
He's not there.
But we saw him just a minute ago, didn't we? And where's the Indian he shot? Who fell off his horse who was lying wounded on the ground?
He's not here either.
What happened to them, Jimmy? Where did they go? came for adventure. We're certainly getting it.
Look, let's pack up and move on. Clark, I don't like what's happening. It just isn't safe.
Safe? A word I never thought I'd hear you use, Jimmy.
And to top it all, just when we needed him most, old Joe Broken Arrow picks up and takes off to heaven knows where.
Good thing we break camp now.
Joe! Where have you been, Joe? We missed you.
Feed horses. I picket them just over there.
Yeah, I see. How soon can we get started?
Oh, soon. Maybe half hour, maybe less.
Can't be too soon for me. Clark, you hear anything?
Just what I was going to ask you. Wait, it sounds like bells. Church bells. Well, we must be near one of those old Spanish missions.
Could be.
Well, as soon as we're ready, what do you say we ride off in their direction and investigate?
You know, Clark, I was just thinking of a line I remember from one of our courses at school. The life of an adventurer, and that's us, is practicing the art of the impossible.
Funny you should say that. I was thinking of another couple of lines from another course. The bell invites me. Hear it not, Duncan, for it is a knell that summons thee to heaven or to hell.
The American poet Robert Frost ended one of his most well-known poems with, "Two roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. Our young friends, given a choice of roads, have also taken the one less traveled by, and it's certainly leading them into adventure. I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
It was just a habit I got into. Whenever I laughed, I kind of covered my mouth with my hand like this, you know? One day, it dawned on me that I was doing this because I was embarrassed by my teeth. They were really yellow from smoking.
Topol Smoker's Tooth Polish, a special combination of polishing agents and a rich foaming cleaner, formulated to help remove ugly yellow tobacco stains. Topol is gentle enough to be used instead of regular toothpaste.
My teeth are nice and bright again.
Topol, mint flavor in the blue package, fluoride in the red.
I visited my old college roommate, and she had Cuticura soap in her bathroom. It's for skin that's part oily and part dry, so I tried it.
Cuticura medicated soap is designed especially for combination skin that's part oily and part dry. Cuticura deep cleans oily areas to remove dirt and excess oil, and its rich, creamy emollients help condition dry patches so skin feels soft, smooth, and moisturized. Use only as directed.
Cuticura makes my skin look and feel terrific.
Cuticura medicated soap for combination skin.
This is News Radio 78, WBBM, Chicago.
Here's a big bonus for frequent flyers of Delta Airlines, as well as would-be frequent flyers. Now you can fly first class on Delta for just $10 to $30 more than the regular coach fare. For short hops, pay just $10 more and ride first class. It's only $20 more for medium-length trips and $30 more for long trips. And if you're not already a member of Delta's frequent flyer program, simply fill out a temporary membership card and immediately take advantage of Delta's offer to go first class. Delta's frequent flyer program is the best of many airlines because free flights come easier on Delta thanks to double credits earned under many conditions, such as Delta trips that connect to or from more than 30 commuter airlines. Car rentals at Avis and Alamo, plus lodgings at Marriott help you build Delta credits too. So call Delta or call your travel agent. Be a frequent flyer on Delta and get the bonuses. Delta is ready when you are.
A modern philosopher has written, "We see the sun, the moon, and the stars revolving round us. That is false. We see the sun rise above the horizon. It is beneath us. We touch what we think is a solid body. There is no such thing. In a word, appearances are often the seeming truth which cunning time puts on to entrap the wisest. Young Jimmy Hayes may be about to meet still another seeming truth."
Whoa, boy. Whoa. So, That's the little adobe shack where all that bell ringing is coming from. Just a couple of walls and no more than half a roof.
No! It's too late. No one can help me now. No one.
Hey, you! Stop waving that gun! Put down that gun!
I mean no harm to no one, amigo. It's the end for me, senor. The end. I managed to squeeze through the opening in that cliff without being seen by them, to search for food and water for the four of us, 4 brave men. But they don't find nothing. It is the will of God I die.
I have a little food here. Water in this canteen. Here, take it.
They wait for me, but I disappoint them.
Who waits for you?
Apaches. 2, 3 of them. They wait 50 feet away, other side of that wall. But I beat them, amigo.
I don't understand.
I will not die by their hands. You will see. I have 1 bullet left in this gun. I shall use it well.
Hey, well, wait a minute. Where are you going?
Inside those walls to die. It is the will of God that I, Ramon Gallegos, shall die.
Ramon Gallegos? Hey, hold on there. I want to talk to you. Well, was one of those 4 men a fellow by the name of Barry Davis? Well, were you part of it?
Ramon Gallegos. Was that the single bullet you had left? Or did your Apache friends get you at last? Let's go, boy. Let's get back to camp. And that was the end of Ramon Gallegos.
We're nearly ready, Joe.
Nearly ready. Turn back, you fellows. Go back.
Who's that?
Somebody out there in the dark calling to us.
You hear me? I say go back. Up ahead is bad things. Very bad. Much danger.
Who are you?
Me? I was miner in old country. No mining very good. Then come to US of A. 4 fellows. They join up together, come out here, prospect for silver. But this country too hard for those fellows. Big heat, no food, no water, and most bad of all, the Apaches. Bad enemy. Very bad.
Not anymore. The Apaches are at peace with all of us.
With you, maybe. Not with me. Never. Not with Gallegos. Not with little Billy Shaw. Not with Barry Davis.
You're Steve Vincic, aren't you?
Huh? Maybe. Maybe used to be long time ago. You know, sooner or later, Indians going to get me. But I got idea.
What's that?
You got gun. You kill me, please.
You're out of your mind, Steve.
Maybe not. I am going to die pretty soon anyhow. This foolish go mad from thirst. Foolish I fall by Apache bullets. Maybe even be skinned alive. Look, please. On my knees, I beg you. Be kind. Take a gun. Shoot.
No, we can't do that, Steve. We just can't.
Let me help you up.
I'm so sorry I trouble you. I leave you now.
Where are you going?
I walk so far I can. No, don't try to stop me.
Where are you walking to?
Away from here. Far away. You listen to me. You go back. Back.
That would account for 3 of the 4. I was just thinking.
Ramon Gallegos, Steve Vincic, Little Billy Shaw, and Barry Davis. There's something going on that I don't quite understand. And I'm beginning to question how real all this is.
can't figure it out, Clark. 3 men turning up out of nowhere. All of them talking about some kind of Indian massacre that may have taken place some 30 years ago.
And pretty peculiar, all of them. One of them wears a mop of long black rope dangling from his belt. Your fella, the Mexican with his one last bullet. Oh, and this last one, begging for us to shoot him. And all of them getting themselves killed in one way or another. I don't know what to make of it, Jim.
Joe Broken Arrow, our stone-faced friend up ahead, he of the black hat, he did warn us, you'll remember.
Oh, sure. Take road to north, road to south, filled with evil spirits, place of great danger to white men.
Yeah, maybe he wasn't all that wrong.
Jimmy, you're telling me you believe in spirits and ghosts?
Let's just keep moving, Clark. I think I can make out the opening of a cave up over there where the mountains begin. We gotta head for it. Catch a little sleep.
What on earth is that? Joe, take care of the horses.
Somebody out there is shooting at us.
Hold your fire! Hold your fire, whoever you are!
They couldn't see too well in the dark. Took you, gentlemen, for natives, the bad kind. I'm actually very sorry. Accept my apology.
Yeah, well, your apology's accepted, but you know, you could have killed us.
I should indeed have regretted that. Surely, even you two must have heard of little Billy Shaw, a very fast gun and one of the most daring desperados in the entire West.
That's you? You're little Billy Shaw?
I hope you'll pardon my appearance. There is an explanation. Gentlemen, I would like to make you a small proposition. I would like to propose that we join forces. The 3 of us.
Well, what do you have in mind, Mr. Shaw?
Just call me Billy. That's what everybody calls me. But if I joined up with you 2 young gentlemen who are above any and all suspicion, the law would never find me, never think to look for me in the company of fellas like yourself.
I see. Well, I'm afraid, little Billy, that we must respectfully decline your generous offer. Charming, though I'm sure it would be.
Well, in that case, you leave me no choice. I shall rejoin my former companions if I can find them. 30 years is a long time. Gentlemen, I bid you good morning.
Well, I'll be. Where did he go?
I don't know. He just vanished. Disappeared into thin air. What do you make of that one?
Well, I'm not sure. You figure him for a spirit? Maybe a ghost?
Or an escaped lunatic. Better still, just a first-class liar. What's that?
What? Those are our horses. Well, that son of a gun, that little Billy Shaw, he's gone off with every one of our horses.
Not to worry, young gentlemen. We wait. Short time, all horses come back. You listen to Joe. Joe knows.
Here we are at the mouth of that cave, and still no horses.
Oh, they come soon.
Let's go in and catch a couple of winks.
No. You not go in there, not yet. Is bad place inside, I say to you when.
What's bad about it?
Look to east, sunrise very soon. I put on sacred shirt. I tell you something now. Long time ago, 25, maybe 30 years, bodies of 4 white men found in this same place. Men killed in bad days by my fathers. White men, all scalped. Then later, other white men come, find bodies, bury 4 inside cave.
And that makes this place unlucky?
Oh, place filled with spirits of 4 dead men.
Joe, were these men ever identified? Anybody know who they were?
Oh, they all have papers say their names. I remember.
You do?
Ramon Gallegos, Steve Vincic, Little Billy Shaw, and Barry Davis.
Sort of a roll call of the dead.
Now, while moon still in sky, you look up there, on top of Mesa. Huh? You see something?
Silhouetted against the sky, with a full moon behind them. The figures of 4 men, standing there, looking this way.
Every month, when full moon come, all 4 men come out of grave and haunt this barren land, just like they do tonight. And you see, like me, all have hat on head.
Those men up there on the mesa. You say, Joe, that they're not alive?
Look, I show you.
What are you doing?
I take rifle and shoot at them, so.
You missed.
Oh, no, Joe never miss. Those men dead for long time. No shot can make dead men more dead. That first man you meet.
Barry Davis. Well, what about him?
He wound Indian who shot him. Later he find same Indian and he scalp Indian. Indian die. Davis die.
How do you know?
What he wear hanging from belt, you think is mop black rope? No, is scalp of Indian.
How awful. I'm asking you, how do you know all this?
I show you. I take off hat I always wear. You see?
No.
Joe Broken Arrow. That same Indian.
But Joe, you said that after Barry Davis scalped you, that you died.
Yes, I know I said that. I say that because it's true. I did die.
But you've been with us all this time. How on earth could you ever...
There. You see, horses come back like I say. Now sunrise, daylight come.
Where are you going, Joe?
Up to top of Mesa. Join other dead men.
What for?
Maybe because dead feel, how you say it, more comfortable with other deads. Gonna be hot day today.
The American poet Stephen Vincent Benet, in his long narrative poem dedicated to the opening of the West, the poem he called Western Star, wrote, "There were footprints upon the hill, and men lie buried under, tamers of the earth and rivers. They died at the end of labor. Forgotten is the name. I'll be back shortly."
This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. To tip, how much to tip, or not to tip at all? You know, at one time or another, this always comes into question. Some experts say that one should always tip in a restaurant, whether the service is horrendous or excellent. A mere 5% for poor service will get the message across without leading the waiter or waitress to believe that the omission was an oversight. And for good service, leave 15% of the pre-tax total, and for excellent service, 20% will do. Now, of course, if you just have a cup of coffee or a soft drink, a tip is unnecessary. But if you're a regular customer, it's a good idea to leave 50 cents now and then. Don't forget, waiters and waitresses count on tips for about 2/3 of their take-home pay. A tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Anyone can rob a man of his life, but no one can rob him of his death. Death belongs to him and him alone. and to it, 1,000 doors lie open waiting for him. The words of Seneca, a philosopher of ancient Rome. The four spirits of our story, roll call of the dead, had so little in common in life. It was only in the death they shared that they found togetherness. Our cast included Russell Horton, Lloyd Battista, Arnold Moss, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Ted would have a guilty conscience. Wilma, remember what Papa used to say? Time's running out. You have to make your move before it's too late.
Feeling better, George? No, Doctor. I have some new pills, latest drug. It may help. George? George?
He's fallen asleep again, Doctor.
Yes, so I see.
Where are we?
Exactly where we were at the beginning.
Is there any hope?
Theoretically, there's always hope.
I mean real hope.
I'm sorry.
How much time does he have?
Well, he could have as much as any of us, unless...
Unless?
He could have an accident.
This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The drama we have produced for your enjoyment is adapted from an original short story called The Spectre Bridegroom. Its author was Washington Irving. Born to immigrant English parents in New York City on the 3rd of April, 1783. Many think that he was the prime mover in the introduction of the short story to this country, to be followed by such other masters as Nathaniel Hawthorne, Henry James, and Mark Twain.
Forgive me, sir, but I must go. I have a solemn and indispensable engagement.
Well, surely you can send someone in your place.
It admits of no substitutes. I must attend in person.
But why? After all...
The worms expect me. The grave is waiting for me. They will bury me at midnight. And I must be there.
Our mystery drama, The Spectre Bridegroom, was adapted especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Fellow Americans, if you're still shopping here and there and everywhere for shoes, hold it right where you are. Put your feet together, stop running around. Just step around to Kinney and you'll cover the ground. Anywhere you want to go, head your feet in our direction. Kinney's got an more. Wow, what a store, what a great American shoe store. Kodak invites you to remember the special moments that make up the holiday season.
and to trust them to Kodak Film.
A bike! Grandpa, you got me a bike. I got one too, a red one. Look, it's snowing! No, you shouldn't have.
I know.
Oh, this is so impractical.
I know.
How did you know?
I knew.
Happy New Year!
Shouldn't you trust moments like these to Kodak Film?
If you're paying more for your car insurance than you can handle, remember comparison shopping pays off. Arco American has been doing just that for thousands of Chicagoland motorists. Arco American has the time and the knowledge to shop for you. Every day, qualified buyers receive fantastic savings. As a matter of fact, the February 1979 issue of Family Circle magazine points out dramatically in their feature article on deflating your car insurance costs that there may be as much as 30% or more difference in costs for identical auto insurance policies. You definitely save if you shop. They repeat, Arco American has the time and the knowledge to shop for you. Call ES9 4677 for your free phone quotation. The savings could add up to hundreds of dollars for you. That's ES9 4677. Insurance plans are available with a low down payment and easy monthly installments. Shop and save money with Arco American. Call this number first thing in the morning, ES9 4677. That's ES9 4677.
When this young country was struggling to its feet, the idea of a young man devoting himself exclusively to the writing of fiction was regarded as most peculiar and certainly unwise. But Washington Irving set his course early in life and never swerved from it. By the time he reached his 30s, he was not only acclaimed by his own countrymen and immensely popular, he was also hugely loved. Listen now to his story of The Spectre Bridegroom.
I am Herta von Landshort, and I lived with my father, the Baron, and my Aunt Matilda in his castle on the very tip-top of the Odenwald, a most wild and romantic spot. I was just 18 years old at the time this all happened, and quite ready, yes, anxious, to be married to the gentleman my father, the Baron, had selected for me.
Herta, today is the day.
I know, Father. I have lived for nothing else.
Quite properly, Herta. Your secluded life with your father and myself is about to end, and you will take your place in the world as the Countess von Altenburg.
I received a message from Würzburg. Franz von Altenburg was accidentally detained there, but he expects to arrive within the next few hours.
Plenty of time to review your toilette once more.
Yeah, and time for me to check upon each room of the castle, remind the servants of their duties, count the wine bottles again. Today, our hospitality must extend itself to the utmost.
And I shall counsel you, Herta, one last time on how to deport yourself, what to say, what to do, how to receive your expected lover.
Listen well to your Aunt Matilda. Even though she never chose to become a bride herself, she knows the proper conduct.
I had my chances, you know. In my day, I was known as quite a flirt, a veritable coquette.
So I've been told, Aunt Matilda.
Which is why I have guarded you so strictly. You may have resented my lectures on decorum.
Oh, no.
But they were intended to instill in you the ability to attract young men, at the same time to keep them at a distance. Oh, providing, of course, they are properly authorized.
No one can criticize your system of upbringing, Matilda. But, allow me some self-satisfaction that I have fathered a daughter with extraordinary beauty. That, too, might well appeal to Franz von Altenburg.
Father, may I ask you something perhaps trivial in your eyes?
Ask whatever you like, my precious girl.
Father, do you think he's handsome? My bridegroom? The day dragged by. My intended bridegroom did not appear. Hour rolled after hour. The sun, which had poured his downward rays upon the rich forest, now just gleamed along the summit of the mountains. We waited. We waited. The last ray of sunshine departed. The bats began to flit by in the twilight. The road leading to the castle grew dimmer and dimmer to the view. Nothing appeared stirring in it. Night closed in.
An hour ago, I thought I saw the Count and his attendants. I thought I heard the sound of horns floating from the valley. Some horsemen advanced along the road, but suddenly they turned off in a different direction entirely. Since then, there's been nothing. No sound of horns, no sound of horses' hooves, no sound of voices. Nothing.
He's not coming.
Brother, what am I to tell the servants? What of the banquet they have spent 3 days preparing?
Matilda, give orders for the feast to commence.
Without the guest of honor?
Without him.
He's not coming.
Tell them all to seat themselves at the table. Tell the servants to pour the wine, bring in the delicacies.
Oh, how are we to go through with this farce, this travesty?
The best way we can. Go, Matilda. Seat the guests. Summon the servants. Let the banquet begin. Herta and I will join you in a moment or two.
It's intolerable. Unendurable.
He doesn't want me.
No, my child.
He has reconsidered, and he doesn't want me.
There may be an acceptable explanation.
You had a message from Würzburg, and Würzburg is not so far from here. He could have covered the distance long before now.
Yes, that's true enough.
There can be but one reason why he has not arrived. He has reconsidered, and he does not want me.
Oh, my darling child.
Someone has told him that I am not worthy, that my intelligence is insufficient, that my appearance is unattractive.
Oh, no one could say such things.
They have told him that I am undesirable, and he has changed his mind. He is not coming. He does not want me.
No.
Oh, yes, Father. We must face the truth.
Brother, the guests are seated. Herta?
Come, my child. We must brazen it out one way or another.
Come, Herta.
What's that?
A horn. I heard a horn.
Do you think... Could it be?
He's here. Franz von Altenburg is here.
Admit him, brother. Go to the door and let him in. Oh, praise the good Lord.
Aunt Matilda, do you think...
Who else could it be, my darling?
Welcome, my dear Count von Altenburg. I am the Baron von Landshort. Welcome to our home. Come in.
I am sorry. So very sorry.
No need to be sorry, my dear fellow. Not now, not at this joyful moment. No need at all.
To break in upon you like this.
I listen to no apologies, not at this happy time. Come, let me present you to my sister, Matilda.
Count von Altenburg.
And this, dear Franz, I may call you Franz, I trust, under the circumstances. This, Franz, is my daughter. My daughter, Herta.
Herta.
I am so happy. We are all so happy that you are here. So very happy.
I, too. I am so very happy that I am here.
Well, why are we standing here like ninnies?
Oh, yes. The table is all set for you, Count van Oldenburg. The guests have taken their places.
Everyone will be impatient to greet my daughter's intended husband. Count Franz, will you give Herta your arm?
With pleasure. Yes, certainly. Would you permit me, Herta?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I remember little of the banquet. I sat on my father's left, the Count across the table from me on my father's right. We addressed few words directly to each other, but, oh, the looks that passed between us. They were lovers' looks. I could not doubt, inexperienced as I most certainly was, that he was as enamored of me as I of him. And I had been a fool to worry that he might be less than handsome. And And yet, as the feast progressed, he seemed to grow dejected, ill at ease, and finally downright melancholy. A tiny tremor ran through my frame as, with a somber look, he rose from his seat.
Baron, ladies and gentlemen, all.
What is it, my dear Count?
It is with the utmost regret, with grief, with sorrow that I say farewell to you.
What's that you say?
Farewell.
Leave the castle at midnight? Why, everything was prepared for your reception. That a chamber is ready for you if you wish to retire.
I'm sorry, Baron, it cannot be. I must lay my head in a different chamber this night.
You cannot mean what you say. Franz, I beg of you.
Don't leave us, not now. We have waited so long.
Why are you doing this? You must have a reason. There must be a reason for your going. I could have sworn that you and I...
There is a reason for my leaving you.
Then in heaven's name, tell us.
I have a solemn and indispensable engagement.
Well, can you not send someone in your place?
It admits of no substitute. I must attend in person. I must return to Würzburg Cathedral.
Well, yes, but not until tomorrow. Tomorrow you will take your bride to the cathedral in Würzburg.
My engagement is with no bride.
What is he saying?
Then what?
What does he do?
Then who?
The worms. The worms expect me. I am a dead man. My body lies at Würzburg. At midnight, I am to be buried.
What are you saying?
The grave is waiting for me. I must keep my appointment. Farewell. Farewell all. Farewell. Farewell.
He's gone.
What did he mean?
What could he possibly be? He has left me.
What was he talking about?
He did not want me after all.
What the devil was the man saying?
He was no man.
What? No man? No man, Matilda?
Oh, yes, he was a man. But he did not want me.
Well, he's not a man, Matilda. What was he?
A specter.
A specter? What are you saying, woman?
No, he was no specter. He was to be my bridegroom.
He was a specter. The specter of a bridegroom.
By the time Washington Irving was 36 years old, he had written a collection of essays, sketches, and tales. They were published in 1819 under the title of The Sketchbook and made Irving something of a celebrity. There were only 3 stories in the sketchbook. One of them was The Spectre Bridegroom. The other 2 are among the most famous tales ever written. The Legend of Sleepy Hollow and Rip Van Winkle. I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
When I started working at this bakery, my boss sounded like this.
Raymond, you're eating all the profits.
So one day I started bringing coffee to work. Maxwell House coffee. And just to be sociable, I offered him a cup.
Raymond, this coffee is delicious.
Then he made me a deal. He said...
Raymond, you supply the coffee, I'll supply the cake.
Maxwell House's coffee that makes good friends. Good to the last drop, Maxwell House.
Sinus flares up.
I'm clogged up, headaches, my whole face hurts. Help!
Send for Sign-Off.
Sign-Off helps relieve your pain, helps clear congestion, ease sinus pressure and postnasal drip. Sign-Off does it all.
Send for Sign-Off.
And for the fastest known form of congestion relief, Sign-Off Spray. Sineoff.
Sign-Off.
The sinus medicines in the bright red box.
Is here.
For occasional use only as directed.
Toro has come out with a great idea, and Polk Brothers has it. A powered snow shovel. It's so lightweight it even hangs up where the old backbreaker is now. And it's only $89.95, less a Polk trade-in allowance. And you also get a 100-foot, heavy-duty, winterized extension cord. All you do is plug it in, squeeze the handle, and poof, goes the snow. A real heart saver, another great gift idea. With your purchase for only $10, you can buy the very famous Toro Edger Weeder trimmer. It's a $49.95 value. Makes a great Christmas gift, and it's packed in its own shipping carton. Visit Polk Brothers today and see a fine selection of other snow blowers available right now, gas or electric models, even ones with electric start. Remember, with your purchase of the Toro snow shovel or snow blower, you get the $49.94 Toro Edger Weeder trimmer for only $10 at Polk Brothers. Polk Brothers is open nightly, including Saturday till 10, on Sundays till 6, for your shopping convenience.
You are listening to a tale of horror and romance, an irresistible combination, especially when told in the well-known Gothic style. So-called Gothic stories were enormously popular in Washington Irving's day, and they have continued to be in demand by the reading public and now the listening public. It is good to remember that the Gothic romance was assisted into the world by an American, Mr. Washington Irving.
I am Matilda von Landshort. When my sister-in-law died, giving birth to Herta, my brother, the Baron, asked me to undertake the rearing of his motherless daughter. She grew into a young lady of perfect docility and correctness. Was this to be my reward for years of careful, constant supervision? That she and I and her father should be deceived, deluded, yes, cheated. Cheated by a visit from a phantom? The answer, the tragic reply to that question, arrived the day after the banquet, and it was myself who had to relay it to my brother, the Baron.
Yes? Who is it?
It is I, brother.
Matilda? Enter.
Oh, brother dear.
Yes. What is it, Matilda?
Well, we had a message.
Oh, yes? What message? Speak up.
I have asked Herta to join us here. She'll be along presently. After all, the message concerns her most of all.
Anything which concerns my daughter intimately concerns me.
This concerns her intimately. There's no doubt of that.
Well, then tell me what it is. I give you warning, Matilda, not to trifle with me today after the shocking events of yesterday evening, the grotesque ending to what was to have been such a joyful banquet. My nerves are on edge, and I cannot tolerate shilly-shallying. So tell me whatever it is you're stammering about.
The message is from Würzburg.
Würzburg? But it was to Würzburg that the Count said he must go when he left us so precipitously.
Yes, to the cathedral.
To keep an engagement, he said.
With the worms, that is what he said. To be buried.
At midnight.
Brother, the message which has just been delivered says that Franz, Count von Altenburg, was murdered.
Murdered? You said murdered?
Murdered. Yesterday. His body found and interred in Würzburg Cathedral at midnight.
No. Oh, no. I can't believe...
It's true, brother.
Aunt Matilda? Father? You wished to speak with me?
Oh, my poor child. My dearest child. How can I tell you?
Let me do it. Herta, we just had word that the Count von Altenburg was murdered yesterday and his body interred in the cathedral at Würzburg.
But he was here last night.
That was a phantom. Don't you know that by now? An apparition? Your Count died, and what arrived here was a specter. A specter bridegroom. You can well imagine the dismay that settled upon the castle. My brother shut himself up in his chamber. The servants huddled in groups, shaking their heads and shrugging their shoulders. But the situation of the widowed bride was the most pitiable. To have lost a husband before she even embraced him. And such a husband. Of course, I insisted on sleeping alongside her in her chamber. Herta? Herta, my dear?
Yes, Aunt Matilda?
Oh, have you slept at all, my precious?
No.
Oh, my poor darling, what am I to do with you?
There's nothing to be done.
But you must have your rest. You'll lose your beauty, your young freshness if you do not sleep.
I have no further use for beauty, or freshness, or youth. I'm widowed, and I've never been a bride.
Try, my dear one. Try to sleep.
No. I simply lie here and gaze at the beams in the rising moon, trembling on the leaves of the aspen trees, and think of him.
Your specter bridegroom.
Whom I love with all my heart, and shall love forever.
Oh, my dear, don't say it. Hey, what are you doing?
Nothing. Only going to the window to look down on the garden.
Oh, well, wait, I'll join you.
There's no need.
Nevertheless...
Ah! Be quiet, Aunt.
He's there. He's come back. Do you see him, Herta? Herta, do you see him?
Of course I see him.
It's your specter bridegroom.
Yes. The man I love.
Herta, have you seen this specter before from this window?
No. But I have expected him. And now he is here.
No, come away from the window.
And he will come back again and again and again. He will be my consolation.
You cannot console yourself with a specter.
What else do I have?
We will sleep in a different bedchamber.
Oh, no, Aunt Matilda.
I refuse to sleep here again. We'll move to another wing of the castle, you and I.
You may sleep wherever you like, Aunt. I shall sleep here.
Young lady, are you defying me?
I suppose I am.
Herta, I fear for you. I tremble for your safety.
Do not tremble and have no fear. As I loved my lover, so now do I love his specter. Leave me, please.
Oh, well, if I must.
You must. And one more thing.
What is that, my heart?
Swear that you will never repeat to anyone what has transpired here this night.
Oh, Herta.
Swear by the saints you will keep my secret.
By the holy saints, I swear. What else could I do? I am deathly afraid of ghosts, spirits, shadows, anything from beyond the grave. That my sweet niece should be able to endure this silent communion with a specter was beyond me. Yet I must admit in all candor, during the days that followed, her health improved. Her disposition brightened. Her expression held a look of serenity. Yes, even of happiness that I had never seen before. Until I made the horrible, the hideous discovery.
Matilda, you're late for breakfast.
Yes, I know. My apologies.
No, there's no need to apologize. I'm simply accustomed to finding you at the table when I come down.
Brother,
You needed to sleep, I understand.
No,
Oh, now that I look at you, you're pale. You're even trembling.
Brother, I must tell you something.
Where is Herta? Did you waken her?
I went to her room.
Well, then, she'll be down momentarily. Come, Matilda, eat a little something. It'll perk you up.
I must tell you about Herta.
Have you observed how well she's been looking lately?
Yes.
And how her spirits have improved?
I must tell you about Herta. Please let me.
Of course.
Well, it's very difficult.
Well, now, how difficult can it be? You and I have no secrets from each other. Now, what is it?
I do have a secret, something I've kept from you. I took a sacred oath.
What is it? Well, speak up in heaven's name.
Well, I shall have to go back to the day we received the message from Würzburg.
That the Count had been murdered.
His body interred in the cathedral.
Yes.
You remember that Herta was stricken to the heart?
Well, of course she was. To lose a bridegroom.
The specter of a bridegroom.
She was so distraught, I feared for her very life.
And so did I. That is why I moved into her bedchamber and slept beside her. Not that she slept very much. Then one night, I spoke to her. I was sure she was wide awake. I told her that if she did not sleep, she would lose her beauty, waste her youth. She said neither beauty nor youth had any value to her, since Her heart lay with him, with the man she had promised to marry, and had never even kissed.
The Count.
The shadow of the Count. Then, without warning, she got out of bed, went to the window. She said it was only to gaze down in the garden. I said I would join her at the window, and I did. Oh, brother, I looked out the window into the garden, and there he stood, gazing up to the second story from where we looked down on him.
Are you saying
I screamed so loud I should have wakened the entire household. For what I saw in the garden was the specter bridegroom.
No.
Yes, it is true. I swear. I must say to you that there was still the semblance of manly beauty about him. He looked something the same as he had when he came here for the banquet. I could understand a little, at least, why she found him endearing.
Endearing? You said endearing? How can a shadow be endearing?
I said as much to her, and she replied, I shall never forget her words. She said, where the substance is not to be had, the shadow must suffice.
Good Lord.
Moreover, she said she expected him to return night after night, again and again, and she would observe him from her window. She said he would be her consolation.
And did he? Did he come again?
I think he must have. I, of course, could not continue sleeping in that chamber. I moved to another room, and she stayed where she was. I believe that each night she has silently communed from her window with her spectral bridegroom. Well, you must admit it's done her no harm. On the contrary, she has blossomed. She has bloomed.
Yes, I admit the truth of that. Still, I should have been told. You should have told me, Matilda.
She swore me to secrecy. She extracted my vow that I would never breathe a word of her unholy trysts. This morning, a half hour past, I went as I have always done to awaken her for breakfast. And she's not there.
What? Not there? Where is she?
I have searched the castle, every nook and cranny. Have searched the grounds of the estate. She is nowhere to be found.
It's impossible. Utterly impossible. Summon the staff. We shall all look for her.
We will not find her.
Why not, in the name of heaven?
Because the specter has carried her away. My poor brother, the Baron, he ran frantically about the castle. He questioned every servant, and two of them said that they had heard the night before the clattering of a horse's hoofs down the mountain near the hour of midnight. They had no doubt that it had been the specter on his black charger bearing her away to the tomb. As for myself, I had known it all along.
In 1789, George Washington was inaugurated president in New York City. So Irving would have been 5 years old when, it is said, on seeing our first president enter a shop, a young Scottish maidservant followed him with young Irving in tow and said, "Please, Your Honor, here's a bairn who is named after you." Whereupon the great man touched the small boy's forehead and gave him his blessing. I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
They said it couldn't be written. The book that hit America like a runaway locomotive. The new Consumer Information Catalog.
For the life of me, Foster, your obsession with that book escapes me. It's only a catalog.
The book that's helping America find a better way to live.
What do you find in that catalog?
Something you could never give me, Lillian.
More than 200 fact-filled federal publications listed inside.
Booklets on home and car repairs, weight control, keeping household records, and more. I read them all to to be the man you want me to be.
That's a lot of reading.
The book you have to read from the Consumer Information Center of the U.S. government. The new Consumer Information Catalog. It's free. Just write to Free Catalog, Pueblo, Colorado, 81009.
That's Free Catalog, Pueblo, Colorado, 81009. Send for the book.
Don't wait for the movie.
Any way you slice it, True Value Hardware Store's December bargain of the month is a real value. The Hamilton Beach electric knife for just $9.77 is a practical Christmas gift for a busy homemaker. Or buy one for yourself and use it to cut and slice meats, bread, vegetables, and more. Just guide the knife and let the serrated stainless blades do the cutting for you. The reciprocal action of the blades assures you of fast, clean cuts. And the Hamilton Beach electric knife from True Value Hardware Stores features the famous hole-in-the-handle design for ideal carving control and ease. Plus, the extra long cord provides greater convenience. Get the Hamilton Beach electric knife in the decorative almond and chocolate design for just $9.77. It's the December bargain of the month while supplies last at participating True Value Hardware stores.
True Value Hardware is more than just a name. It's a way of doing business that means True Value.
It's 1 a.m. on News Radio 78, WBBM Chicago.
The moment you step into Polk Brothers television department, your eyes go wild. Hundreds of brand new, brand name 1980 models turned on and operating. You'll see the name Sony, all their models, their new 26-inch console, the new long-playing Sony Betamax video cassette recorder, color and black and white portables. They're Polk priced. Even bigger savings thanks to Polk trade-in allowances. And with your purchase of any Sony TV at all Polk Brothers stores, a free Polk gift designed to help your entire family enjoy a better life. The 2-volume hardcover $24.95 edition of Sylvia Porter's new money book for the 80s. Specific expert advice on everything from college loans to budgets, buying T-bills to wills. Over 1,400 pages of tips on beating the high cost of living. Polk Brothers is proud to bring you this free gift with most major purchases. We're convinced it can be the greatest financial counselor your teenagers or you could ever have. So get set for the 80s at Polk Brothers, nightly till 10 till 6 on Sunday. Why is the linking of terror with romance so fascinating? Not just today, but through the ages. Folklore is filled with just this conjoining. The Greeks, in their fables, bound passionate love together with mysterious and drastic outcomes. So did the Romans. To this day, we are all inexorably drawn to the story that tells of wild, uncontrollable love combined with hideous consequences. Why should this be so? Frankly, I haven't the faintest idea.
I am Hendrik von Starkenfast. I was on my way home from the army when my horse lost a shoe. The village of Würzburg was not far away, so I left him there and turned him over to the local blacksmith to be reshod. I myself was somewhat exhausted and looked about for a tavern where I might refresh myself until my horse was ready to finish the journey. I followed the sound of revelry and soon found myself inside a cheery room with a fire roaring, men sitting at polished tables, and a pretty waitress. She had just brought me a stein of beer when I felt a hand on my shoulder and heard a familiar voice.
Hendrik, it's you, isn't it? Hendrik von Starkenfast?
That's my name, yes.
Am I to gather that you do not recognize me?
Oh, merciful heavens, you are Franz von Altenburg, am I right? Yeah, of course, I'm Franz. How are you?
Splendid. And you, Hendrik, how are you? You're looking well? A little weary? Very well?
Yes, I am well, and if I look weary, it's only because I'm just home from the wars. My horse threw a shoe, and I'm waiting for the local blacksmith to fix him up. Then I'll be off again. My family is expecting me. I'm anxious to get home.
Hey, mind if I sit down?
Oh, dear fellow, of course I don't mind. I'm delighted. Sit down. Tell me all that's happened since last we met.
I've got myself betrothed.
No.
Yes, I have. In a day or two, I shall take to myself a bride. Now, there's something you've not been able to accomplish away at the wars.
No, you're right about that. Though if I'd tried very hard, But I am not particularly interested in taking a bride at the moment. I'll wait a bit, I think, till some particular girl, some superlative creature crosses my path.
Ah, but by then it'll be too late, my dear Henry.
What makes you say that?
Because by then, the superlative creature will be married to me.
Oh, you don't say.
From all that I've heard, from every direction, she's one of the fairest damsels in these parts.
What you've heard? You've never seen her?
No, but I shall tonight. Her father's readying the most elaborate banquets imaginable to celebrate the betrothal.
And her father is?
The Baron von Landshort. A worthy member of a fine family.
Yes, I've heard of the Baron. He lives not far from my family's domain. Unhappily, there has been some bad blood between my family and the Baron, one of those foolish feuds going back so far that no one remembers how it started. So I've never set foot in his castle, nor met him or any member of the family.
Look here, Hendrik, if you're going home...
And my parents are expecting me.
My retinue is sojourning here in Würzburg for a few hours. I promised them the rest and relaxation. But as soon as your horse is fit for travel, let us, the two of us, start off together. Since we're bound in the same general direction.
A splendid idea. We've much to talk about, and I need to hear more about your future wife.
She has been guarded like a delicate flower, they tell me. And they say she looks like one, too.
Yes, Franz, this forest is said to be infested by robbers.
Her Aunt Matilda has watched her like a hawk.
Yes, I know for a fact there are hordes of disbanded soldiers wandering about. They can be dangerous.
Hertha von Landshort will be the crowning glory of my life.
Franz, look there, behind the tree.
Draw your sword, my friend. Draw your sword. Be quick. Be quick.
Henry! I'm wounded! Henry! Help me! Help! I'm stricken, Henry. Help me.
The retainers are approaching, Franz.
Badly stricken.
The robbers heard them and they have fled.
No, it's too late. It's too late. No. Don't try to lift me. It hurts too much.
What can I do? Tell me.
Go to the castle of the Baron of Landshort and tell them. Explain. Say why I cannot keep my appointment with my bride. You will do this, Hendrik.
Franz.
Else I shall not sleep quiet in my grave.
I promise. You have my word. Here, take my hand. You have my pledge.
My beautiful bride. My fair one.
Franz.
She waits for me. Bring me my horse. I shall mount, yes. I shall mount and ride.
Rest.
Here it is. Give me a leg up, Sean. Up into the saddle. Reins in my hands. The spurs pressed into my horse's sides. Now, forward. Slow trot. Now, fast trot. Into a canter. Now a gallop. Faster.
He died in his delirium. In Würzburg, I arranged with the Holy Fraternity of the convent for the funeral solemnities and my friend's burial in the cathedral near some of his illustrious relatives. His retinue took charge of his remains, and I set off on my sorrowful journey. I shall confess to you, whisperings of curiosity stirred in my bosom to see the far-famed beauty of whom he had said so much, though my heart was heavy and my head perplexed at the thought of presenting myself, an unbidden guest among traditionally hostile people, of dampening their festivities with tidings fatal to their hopes. You can imagine my surprise when the door was opened.
Welcome, my dear Count von Altenburg. I am the Baron von Landshort. Welcome to our home.
I am sorry. I am so very sorry.
No, there's no need to be sorry. Not at this joyful moment.
To break in upon you like this.
Let me present you to my sister, Matilda.
Count von Altenburg.
And This is my daughter, Herta.
Herta.
I am so happy. We are all so happy that at last you are here. So very happy.
I, too. I am so very happy that I am here.
Well, why are we all standing here like ninnies?
The table is all set. The guests have taken their places. We were simply waiting for you.
We were certain you would arrive.
And now you see, here you are.
So without further delay, shall we go into the banquet hall? Everyone is impatient to greet my daughter's intended husband. Count, will you give Herta your arm?
I? Oh, with pleasure. Yes, certainly. Would you permit me, Herta?
Oh, yes. Yes.
I scarce remember the banquet. I suppose I conducted some sort of conversation with my dinner partners. But my eyes kept straying to the beautiful girl across the table from me. And her eyes strayed too. Believe me, every glance of mine was returned. I dared hope with the same feeling of tenderness behind them that inspired mine. The situation was unbearable. I was an impostor, a deceiver. I had usurped the life of my friend. Suddenly, I rose from the table. Baron, ladies, gentlemen, it is with great regret, great grief, that I say farewell.
Leave us at midnight? Why, everything was prepared for your reception. A chamber is ready for your reception. A chamber is ready for you if you wish to retire.
It cannot be. I must lay my head in a different chamber this night.
Don't leave. We've waited so long.
Why are you doing this? There must be a reason for your desertion. I could have sworn that you and I...
Yes, there is a reason. I have a solemn and indispensable engagement.
Well, can you not send someone in your place?
It admits of no substitutes. I must attend in person. I must return to Würzburg Cathedral.
Not until tomorrow. Then you will take your bride there.
My engagement is with no bride.
Well, then what? Who then?
The worms. The worms expect me. I am a dead man. My body lies at Würzburg. At midnight, I am to be buried.
What are you saying?
The grave is waiting for me. Farewell. Farewell. It was a stammering exit. I was trying to tell them that I was not Franz von Altenburg, that I was not the husband they planned for their daughter, but simply his friend who had held him while he died. That my family had feuded with theirs for heaven knows how many years. I was torn with regret to have deceived them, but as much by the thought that I would never see Herta again. This was the agony that drove me back to the castle, not to speak to her, merely to stand beneath her window and gaze up at her, and wonder of wonders to see her gaze down at me. Each and every night, until her window opened.
Are you there, my love?
Herta.
Have you come to claim me?
I have no right.
No right to claim one who loves you?
Herta, I am not Franz von Altenburg.
You are not?
No. No, I am Hendrik von Starkenfast. My family's domain is nearby, but our ancestors have not acknowledged one another for years and years.
Have they not?
Franz was killed by robbers on his way to claim you. I was with him when he died.
Were you?
He is buried in the cathedral at Würzburg. I came here that first evening to tell you that.
Did you?
But then when I saw you, I lost my heart to you.
Did you indeed?
I could not bear to blurt out what I have told you. I was so afraid.
Afraid of me?
Afraid that you would despise me. Afraid that I could never make you love me. But after all these nights, these silent trysts, when you looked down on me in the garden and I looked up at you, I have dared to hope. Hope plucks at my heart that you... That you...
Yes,
That you do love me, even as I love you.
I am going to close tight the window now, Henry.
Etta.
In 10 minutes, I will come to you in the garden. And you will carry me off to the cathedral at Würzburg.
We were married in Würzburg. And when all was explained, all was forgiven. And the revels were resumed. Aunt Matilda confided in me that she was so relieved that I was not, had never been, a specter. She would have pardoned me anything at all. As for the Baron, well, let him speak for himself.
I am, on the whole, well pleased with my son-in-law. He's gallant, he's generous, and he's very, very rich.
You see how foolish and how dangerous it can be to believe in specters, phantoms, ghosts. Any one of them may turn out to be a real flesh and blood person. And there's this, too. Besides being a real person, he might also turn out to be very, very rich. Think about that. I'll be back shortly.
Children, we take them for granted. We shouldn't, for they are the future of the world. But not all children are happy. Some are refugees from a war they never made. Others are young people in trouble with the law. To them, too, the world is an alien place, something to defend against, whatever the cost. Still others are abused, or hungry, or just in need of some understanding. Because all these children represent our future, 1979 has been designated the International Year of the Child. Your American Red Cross joins organizations in 118 nations in urging you to do something this year in your community to help your children and children everywhere. To find out what we're doing and how you can help, contact your Red Cross chapter. Thank you.
The Gothic tale is international. Starting with the Castle of Otranto by the Englishman Horace Walpole, it was followed and improved upon by Honoré de Balzac in France. In America, the form was carried on by Washington Irving and brought to a peak by the genius of Edgar Allan Poe. It may be foolish and dangerous to believe in specters, but it certainly is fun to listen to them. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Robert Dryden, Grace Matthews, and Patsy Bruder. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
It's so very warm, Clarissa said. Can't we take a short ride in the buggy, Mother? I said, let's. It might cool us off. So the little pony was hitched up, and Clarissa and
Go on.
we had barely got out of the gate to the outpost when
Think hard, Mrs. Armstrong.
I can't go on.
You are outside the gate to the outpost. You're in the buggy drawn by the pony. And then...
Oh, good Lord! Clarissa, run! Oh, Clarissa!
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
in news. We're CBS, News Radio 78, WBBM, Chicago.
CBS News, 11 rock fans were killed Monday night in a panicked scramble for seats at a Cincinnati concert. I'm David Jackson reporting on the CBS Radio Network. The crush occurred outside Cincinnati's Riverfront Coliseum. Details from newsman Tom McKee.
Thousands of music lovers had arrived early for entrance to the arena to see the rock group The Who. Many had reserved tickets for specific seats. Others had what in effect are general admission tickets for so-called festive seating. That means once inside the concert hall, they could sit anywhere on the floor they wanted to. It was apparently the rush for those seats which triggered the crowds pushing and shoving once the doors were open, and apparently only a few doors were open. The stampede lasted only briefly, but the fire department's medical disaster team was called in to aid victims lying outside the arena. Inside, the concert went on, with many patrons unaware of the tragedy that had taken place outside. What caused the stampede? Why were so many people killed? Will concerts be staged in the future? Those are questions to be answered in an investigation by Cincinnati city officials. Tom McKee for CBS News in Cincinnati.
More news after this.
Here's how to improve on the traditional 12 days of Christmas. Now you can give the 12 months of Christmas with a gift subscription to Smithsonian Magazine. 12 monthly gift packages of entertainment and pleasure, of ideas and achievements, information and knowledge. Smithsonian ranges the world, delving into science, history, the arts, culture, just about every aspect of the human adventure. Smithsonian is uniquely rewarding, rich in facts and sources, sumptuous in stunning color illustrations. Each article brings out all of the excitement of the subject for lively literate reading. A gift subscription to Smithsonian is only $12 for the year and includes enrollment as an associate member of the Smithsonian Institution. To order, simply call this toll-free number in the continental U.S. now, 800-648-5000. The number again is 800-648-5000, except in Nevada. A gift card will be sent in your name and in time for Christmas. You'll be billed later, but you must order soon. Today, now, Smithsonian for 12 months of Christmas.
A resolution calling for the release of the American hostages in Tehran is expected to be introduced at Tuesday's session of the United Nations Security Council. U.S. Ambassador Donald McHenry says he thinks it'll be approved either Tuesday or Wednesday. Senator Edward Kennedy's comments late Sunday, critical of the Shah's regime in Iran and of past U.S. policy toward the Shah, drew sharp criticism Monday from the State Department. Not helpful, said spokesman Harding Carter. The comments might upset delicate ongoing negotiations to end the Iranian crisis. From the White House itself, a no comment of sorts, as Robert Pierpoint reports.
President Carter will not answer Senator Kennedy's charges about the Shah, leaving that to others in his administration, says Press Secretary Jody Powell. Mr. Carter does not think it would be appropriate or helpful to get into such a political debate, Powell said, while our hostages are being held in Iran. Powell defended the president's decision to send the Shah by Air Force jet to a military base in Texas on the grounds that it is a continuation of a humanitarian policy to provide the Shah medical treatment and physical security until the United States can find another country that will admit him. Administration officials don't think Egypt would be a safe place for either the Shah or Egyptian President Sadat, for that matter, if he went there. Pressed on whether the Shah could stay in Texas permanently, Powell made it clear he could not, without actually saying so, pointing out that the Shah himself has said he wants to leave as soon as possible. Another high administration official put it more bluntly. If the Shah had any class, this source said, he would have left long ago. Robert Pierpoint, CBS News at the White House.
House Speaker Thomas O'Neill said Monday that he's heard 4 different countries have offered the Shah a home in exile. He did not say which 4. So far, Egypt is the only nation to publicly offer the Shah a haven. President Carter is about to enter the presidential race officially, the announcement to come at the White House Tuesday afternoon. A military court in South Korea Tuesday opened the trial of 8 men accused in the October assassination of President Park Chung-hee. Shortly after it began, the senior officer suspended the hearing, pending a Korean Supreme Court decision whether the accused should be tried in a military or a civilian court. Now this.
Duratest still has exciting career opportunities in Chicago, Houston, New York, and New Orleans. But the men and women we want must be as hardworking as they are ambitious. I'm Ray McGrother, president of Duratest, America's largest manufacturer of specialized lighting. and a pioneer in energy-saving Watt-Saver light bulbs. Many have already responded to my announcement of career opportunities in St. Louis, Miami, and Sioux City. Duratest wants good people who are willing to do a good job for a good living. We'll train you to be a lighting specialist and consultant. And we also have openings right now in Oklahoma City, Toledo, Lansing, and Jacksonville. At Durotest, we're looking for hard-working sales representatives all over America. For details, call us toll-free in the continental U.S. at 800-648-5000, except in Nevada. Call us right now at 800-648-5000. That's 800-648-5000. Durotest. Maybe we can light up your future.
A step forward Monday night for London's Rhodesia peace plan. Britain's cabinet authorized appointment of a British governor to lead Zimbabwe-Rhodesia toward new elections. Patriotic Front guerrillas still have not accepted that plan, but the British are saying the guerrillas are welcome to come aboard any time. British sources say the governor's post will go to Lord Soames, a son-in-law of the late Winston Churchill. David Jackson, CBS News.
Nobody else come calling at 1:26 in the morning, is there? Hello again. It's Tuesday, the 4th of December, isn't it already? And this is you-know-who, and with us, of course, helping us out as usual, Dave Ennett is our producer-editor, Mort Morrison, our technician.
Coming up, the shroud of night hides the deepest, darkest secrets.
In the quaint town of South Hadley, Massachusetts, sits the nation's oldest continuing institution for higher learning for women. It's called Mount Holyoke College. And while today young women from all over the world are dying to get into this competitive liberal arts school, there are some who have died and can't get out. Founded by educator Mary Lyon in 1837, Mount Holyoke's 2,000 students continue to hold on to the traditions of its founder.
From the athletic complex to our classrooms and student center, there's so much to rave about. It's just a great place to live and study.
The traditions have stayed for so long, and there are so many because it was founded in 1837, and at that time it was the first women's college anywhere in the U.S., and they've just kept going with the whole sisterhood bond and keeping the community together.
The all-women's atmosphere is incredible. It's an atmosphere unlike I've ever experienced. It's an intensely complex support network.
But when it comes to ghosts at Mount Holyoke, students can't say they haven't been warned.
I remember the very first orientation, they were like, okay, here you are, you're gonna hear ghost stories. There are lots of ghost stories. They were like, if you're scared, leave, because these are scary ghost stories.
Many of the ghost stories are attributed to the body buried in the center of campus. It is the grave of the college founder, Miss Mary Lyon.
has a presence on campus. She is quite, present. She is absolutely here.
Mary Lyon founded this school in 1837, and it was a labor of love.
Mary Lyon was a huge advocate for women's higher education, and even today, all who say her name do so with a great appreciation of her efforts. But there was one person at Mount Holyoke who didn't share the admiration. Rumor has it that Mary Lyon and the school's religious clergyman, Deacon Porter, were having an illicit affair.
Deacon Porter was a good friend of Mary Lyon, and some would say perhaps too good of a friend.
Today, a picture of the deacon's wife, Mrs. Hannah Porter, still hangs on campus. And some students swear the portrait is possessed.
Hannah Porter's portrait is, in fact, very somber, and apparently the look she takes on during finals time is very disapproving. Many students perceive this as her final vengeance against Mary Lyon for the affair she perceived between our founder and Deacon Porter.
But a creepy painting isn't the only remnant of the past that comes alive at Mount Holyoke. Mary Lyon herself makes her presence known. And while she isn't necessarily menacing, there is one spot on campus where students and staff don't like to go.
I live on the 4th floor of Wilder. I would say it is haunted. What do you think?
Definitely. Yes, it's really haunted.
Students assigned to the 4th floor say they've seen firsthand that Mount Holyoke's ghost stories aren't stories at all.
My roommate was asleep in her room, and I had just gone to bed in my room, and it was probably about 1:30 in the morning. And all of a sudden, I hear footsteps walking, so I think, okay, it's my roommate Hannah. She's up, walking around. I hear the footsteps come in my room, come over to my bed. I'm sleeping on my side with my eyes closed the entire time. And so the footsteps come over, they stop at the edge of my bed. And I feel like somebody's just looking at me, just kind of check to see if I'm asleep or not. And I feel an arm come out and sort of like go to grab my arm.
Was it Mary Lyon checking up on her students? Or was another of Mount Holyoke's many spirits reaching out from beyond? There are legends of a stressed-out student committing suicide.
They'll hear someone crying, saying, "Help me," or you'll see someone hanging underneath the bridge.
And stories of a mysterious whispering woman.
There's someone called the Whispering Woman. What she does is she calls at 4 and 5 in the morning and will just say, "Hello, hello, hello," in this really freaky voice.
One day I just received like 6 phone calls in the span of an hour. I was totally freaked out, so I'm calling the public safety. Like, somebody's calling me, and they're like, "Oh, it's the Whispering Woman." Like, she's starting early this year.
There's even rumors of murder victims still seeking to tell their tales.
The story that goes along with that is that there was a young woman who got locked in the closet and tried to scratch her way out and ended up dying in this closet.
But then there was also the feeling from the bathroom of that, something horrible had happened in there.
Sometimes when I'm brushing my teeth late at night, I can feel something disturbing around me. It's just really unpleasant.
There are so many ghost stories at Mount Holyoke, it is hard to tell which ones are based in truth and which ones are just urban legend. But there's one ghost that even skeptical students can't deny. She's a foggy form roaming the 4th floor. Students believe this spirit is that of a former student who killed herself in her room after she was stood up by a boy. Today, the room where she hung herself is off limits to all.
For a long time, it was reported that students who were rooming in the room had their legs broken routinely.
Fact or fiction, no one wanted to take a chance. The room was boarded up. But when a housing crisis hit the college in the 80s, the dean contemplated reopening the room. But only after staying the night in it herself to prove the rumors were nothing more than urban legend.
So she attempted to spend the night there to disprove the myth to the Mount Holyoke students because nobody wanted to live there. And as the story goes, she left in the middle of the night, raving, seal it, rip down the walls.
No one knows exactly what happened that night. The dean never uttered a word.
I'm sure you've heard the room in Wilder is close it off. So it still is closed off. I mean, maybe there's a problem.
But it seems like at Mount Holyoke, when one room is boarded up, the ghost of the White Lady just moves to another.
So this is a room where social functions are held to this day, and the woman in white frequently makes appearances at them.
But even students who've never seen a ghost know that the supernatural is just part of the Mount Holyoke experience.
In all honesty, I'd probably freak out and go to another room and maybe call like Residential Life and be like, my room's haunted, hon. We need to fix this.
And while the late-night moans and creaks echoing through the campus can be terrifying, at least students in this sleepy Massachusetts town have something to talk about the next day.
Maybe we're more sensitive, more intuitive. I think that is definitely part of it. And we like to talk, and giggle and scream.
And at Mount Holyoke, telling stories is a way of keeping their rich tradition alive. And perhaps a way of accepting that at this school, the dead just might be walking among the living.
It's exciting in a weird way. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's kind of like a creepy movie.
Here's 78 on 78. News Radio 78, WBBM, Chicago.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There's an old Scottish song that goes, "Oh, it's nice to get up in the morning, but it's nicer to lie in bed." Of course, when you get up in the morning depends very much on what you have to do during the day ahead. And if what you have to do, for example, is concerned with murder, then you had better get up very early indeed. Or perhaps you'd better not go to bed at all.
Liz, it can't be.
I'd like to know why not.
Because you're dead.
All right.
What do you mean, all right?
All right. I'm dead.
If you're dead, how can I be talking to you, see you?
Just because I'm dead, it doesn't have to be the end of everything. Why, we're going to have some great times together. Wait and see.
Our mystery drama, Room 418, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Michael Tolan. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
The Electra's all washed and loaded, and you're on your way. You figured 300 miles the first day, but with all of Electra's luxury and room, you're out 400 miles before you know it. Not only that, but the EPA mileage estimates are 22 highway, 15 city, and 18 combined. That's with the standard 5.7-liter engine and automatic transmission. Of course, your mileage will vary depending on how and where you drive, your car's condition, and how it's equipped. And EPA estimates are lower in California. But it's nice to know that a car with as much prestige and elegance as Electra can also be efficient. Buick Electra, a car that can actually make you look forward to a long trip.
They surely will astound you, the amazing things you see. The cars they've built so wonderful, how can such things be? A little science, a little magic, a little science.
Electra models are equipped with GM-built engines supplied by various divisions. See your dealer for details.
I'm excited about my life. I'm not wandering around. I'm really determined now.
That's Kelly Blixton. She might still be working as a waitress if she hadn't gone to technical school. Instead, she's working as an electrician.
I started my involvement in the electrical field approximately 3 years ago. And in retrospect, I was very confused about a lot of things at that time. I didn't feel very good about myself. I hadn't done anything. Now, after the number of years and the amount of study and the amount of work that I have put in and the discipline, it's not that I feel I have achieved something. I know I have achieved something. I really like who I am a lot.
If you think technical school might be what you're looking for, write Careers, Box 111, Washington, D.C., 20044. We'll send you a free record brochure that could change your whole life. A public service of this station, the U.S. Offices of Education, and the Advertising Council.
And the best and the worst of this is that neither of us is to blame. If you have forgotten my kisses, I have forgotten your name. Now, there's a poet who lays it on the line. None of this sloppy sentimentality about love that is eternal, undying, everlasting. No, sir. Like everything else, love comes, love goes. It has its day or its night, and then, well, forever was yesterday. Of course, there are those people who have better memories than others. They have problems.
Where to, pal? Mister, where we headed?
Huh? The International Hotel.
We're off. Yeah, I rejoice to say that you're going to be the last of the Mohicans.
The what?
It's a figure of speech. That was the last plane into the airport. This is going to be my last trip. You're going to be my last fare. I want to tell you it's been a day. You don't know what's been going on here all week with this kind of snow and the airport's really jumping. How are things back in the big city?
I beg your pardon?
Nothing. Just making talk. You don't feel like gabbing? That's okay.
Thank you.
Hey, didn't you ride with me before?
I beg your pardon?
It's just I thought I'd seen you.
Seen me?
Yeah. Wasn't you in my cab maybe just the other day?
No, that's impossible. I've never been here before.
Must have been two other guys. Yeah. Oh, hey, let me ask you something. You on the American plan?
Excuse me?
All the restaurants near the slopes. They're jammed. Best bet's to eat at the hotel. Does it say American plan on your reservation?
I haven't thought about it. I don't have a reservation.
What did you say? You don't have a reservation?
No.
Then what do you go to the International Hotel for?
I would assume they have some sort of accommodation. Why are we stopping?
Pal, it's a $10 ride out there, plus the tip.
And?
You're throwing your money away.
Oh, surely they must have something.
Take it from me, they got nothing. You want to get a night's sleep? Your best bet is to stretch out in the lounge back at the airport.
Let's go on. I'll take a chance. There's always an empty room somewhere.
Not this weekend.
Well, don't worry about it.
Why should I worry? I got a place to sleep.
Sorry.
Are you sure?
Positive.
Why don't you look again?
It doesn't matter how many times I look.
Oh, surely you must have some kind of room.
Don't have a thing in the house.
Gloria Svetic? That's what it says on your name tag?
Well, at least you can read. We don't have any rooms.
Let me see. Your eyes are blue, but I think they turn green when you're telling a lie. Now, isn't it a fact that hotels always hold a certain percentage of rooms in reserve?
It sure is, and we already rented ours.
Gloria, I hate to say this.
Then don't.
But I don't believe you.
Have it your way.
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
You're right. You shouldn't have.
It was such a long trip, and now I don't know what to do.
Well, between you and me, what you should have done was made a reservation before you came up to the most crowded resort in the state at the height of the season.
Now, teacher, don't wrap my knuckles. The problem is, what do I do now?
I don't know. There's not another plane out of here till 8 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, well, what do the Eskimos do? Oh, I understand they built a little shelter out of snow. It's supposed to be quite warm.
Well, you could do that. Or you might try that red couch in the lobby. It isn't too bad. Hi.
Huh? Oh, it's you.
Were you asleep?
Well, not exactly.
You want a cup of coffee?
Thanks. What time is it?
12:15.
Oh, it's going to be a long night.
You know, you look familiar.
Do I?
I am sure I've seen you before, and it was recent.
Where?
Up here.
No, that couldn't be.
Why not?
This is my first trip.
Well, I guess I could be wrong. I like to think I never forget a face.
If we'd met before, I'm sure I'd remember.
What made you come up to this place just like that?
No, it was just one of those spur-of-the-moment things.
Are you a spur-of-the-moment person?
I suppose you could say that. It just about sums me up.
Really?
Yeah, and I suppose that's one of the things that
That what?
that she found so.
That you didn't like?
Yeah. But that's something I really shouldn't talk about.
Oh, sure. But between you and me, if you was to walk in here with her, I'm assuming you're referring to your wife or your girlfriend, I would know it.
You'd know what?
I would know there's something about you that she didn't like.
How would you know?
Hotel people know. You can tell a lot about a person just by the way they walk across the lobby.
tone of their voice when they ask for the key. A million things. You'd be surprised how people give themselves away.
Really? Have I given myself away?
Yeah. You gave away certain things.
Did I?
Definitely. To begin with, you're spoiled.
Oh, am I?
Mm-hmm. You're spoiled by a lot of women.
What makes you say that?
Because you're so handsome.
You think I'm handsome?
Sure. Listen, you're the kind of fellow who relies on his good looks to get him through. All your life, people have kind of petted you and coddled you and made things easy.
I had no idea what I was getting into.
Listen, we live in a world where good-looking people are always being catered to, so after a while, a fellow like you, he begins to believe maybe he's leading a charmed life.
Yeah, maybe. After a while.
You begin to believe nothing really bad could ever happen. Everything will turn out okay in the end. Somebody's going to come along and you can sweep them off their feet.
Hey, now you may be pushing it just a little bit.
Am I? Isn't that why you came barging in here without a reservation? Didn't you think that would turn out okay in the end also?
Well, I must admit you got me pegged. I thought I could sweet-talk my way into a room, especially if there was a girl behind the desk. But it seems I didn't score.
Maybe you did score, just a little. Not the bullseye, but somewhere on the target.
Really?
There might be a room, an empty room.
You mean it just opened up?
No, it's been empty a while.
Gloria, do you mean that all this time you've been telling me you have no space, you actually did have a vacant room?
I didn't say the room was vacant. I said it was empty.
Oh, there's a difference?
Well, sure. When you got a vacant room, it means it hasn't been rented out to anybody. When you got an empty room, it means there's nobody in it.
I still don't see the difference.
Look, last night, this woman, she checked in, and, well, nobody's seen her since.
What do you mean?
Nobody's seen her. She hasn't been around here all day.
Where could she have gone?
Well, nowhere except the slope, and she'd have to show her hotel pass to get on the lift.
Well, maybe nobody remembers seeing her.
No, she never went there. She never picked up her pass. It's still at the desk. And she never checked in with the dining room head waiter to get assigned to a table either. And into the bargain, the maid says the bed hasn't been slept in.
Well, what could have happened?
Well, I think she skipped.
Why?
I think she was scared.
How do you know?
Well, to start, she gave a phony name when she registered.
How could you tell?
Experience. You know by the way they pronounce it, by the way they hesitate while they write it.
What name did she give you?
Elizabeth Faraday.
Elizabeth Faraday.
Well, you know her?
No.
She's one scared cookie, this Elizabeth Faraday, or whatever her name was. Anyway, here's what I'm getting at. She didn't use the room last night, and she hasn't been seen around all day. Here it is past midnight. So,
do you want to rent me the room?
Oh, can't do it. It's legally hers. She paid for it. What I mean is, the room's going to waste, and you need a place to sleep.
I understand.
But if she comes back, which I don't think she ever will, but if she does, you've got to get out of there.
I know.
So what do you got to lose? Here's the spare key. Go ahead. It's room 418.
Well, what if she comes back and makes a fuss? Won't the manager hold you responsible?
Don't worry, he can't fire me. I got too much on him. By the way, what's your name?
George. George Andrews.
George Andrews, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's as good a name as any.
What do you mean?
Forget it. What are you doing up here, George?
Well, I came up to go skiing, naturally.
Naturally. Where's your luggage?
My luggage? Oh,
yeah.
I left at the airport. I was in such a hurry to get a cab and get here.
Sure.
No, I mean it. It's probably still at the baggage claim. First thing in the morning, I'll get out.
Look, it's your business.
I admit, I didn't come up here to ski.
You did?
No, I came here because I'm looking for someone, and, well, she...
Oh, say no more. You figure you'll run into her in a place like this, huh?
Yeah, that's it. I'm hoping to.
Well, good luck.
Thanks.
And have a good night's sleep.
I really appreciate this. Thank you again.
Oh, don't thank me. Thank those big blue eyes.
Chester, it's me.
Who?
Kent.
Kent. Where are you?
Listen, Chester.
Where are you?
I found her.
You what?
I know where she is.
But you said she wouldn't give you the money.
I know. That was yesterday.
Well, what happened to change the picture?
I'm going to change the picture.
What do you mean?
I'll convince her logically that it's in everybody's best interest for her to give me the money. After all, it is my money.
But you said yesterday she turned you down for good.
Look, just have faith in me, Chester.
Kent, the wolves are closing in on me.
Everything's going to be all right.
Where are you?
Trust me. I'll talk to you in the morning. Good night.
But, Kent, I've got...
Yeah, in the morning. If it ever comes.
Desk.
Hello. I hope I didn't wake you.
How could you wake me? I'm on duty.
What I really wanted to know, what time is it?
You don't want to know what time it is.
I do, really.
It's 1:15.
Oh.
Yeah. Why don't you turn to Channel 8? That's radio music. Very nice. That'll put you to sleep, all right?
Well, thanks. Good night.
Good night, George.
What's that? Who's there? Who's that?
All right. Who? Can it be the elusive Elizabeth Faraday? If so, where has she been? Why has she returned? Well, we know why. She still has possession of the room, but why now? And why so late? Of course, we're working on the supposition that this is indeed Elizabeth Faraday. It might be, it might not be. In any event, this development is certain to disturb the sleeping arrangements for our Mr. George Andrews. Or is his name Kent? We need Act 2 for these and other answers.
We're going to stick our neck out and tell you something.
It's hard to miss with Arrow. Arrow shirts.
And the reason is so simple.
America's shirt maker is Arrow shirts.
America's shirt maker has done it again with what is probably the best shirt collar ever made. Arrow's patented custom collar, and only Arrow's got it. It's a whole inch wider at the bottom than the top, just like your neck is. It's adjustable by a full half-inch, and it's got a special notch so the neckband doesn't show over your top.
America's shirt maker is Arrow shirts.
See why we're sticking our neck out. Stick your neck into an Arrow custom collar.
America's shirt maker is Arrow shirts.
If we're not already your shirt maker, we ought to be.
Now is a very good time to open a NOW account at Avondale Savings. N-O-W, Negotiable Order of Withdrawal. It's just like having a checking account, only now the drafts are free. Now until May 31st, Avondale will give you 200 name-imprinted NOW drafts in your choice of traditional or contemporary design. You can use them to pay all your bills. There's no service charge at Avondale Savings. Just deposit and maintain a minimum of $500 in your Avondale Savings account and $25 in your NOW account. Your savings account earns you 5.25% interest, and you can transfer funds with just a phone call. So stop in at any of our 3 Avondale Savings offices and get in on the most convenient way to save and spend, the NOW account. But do it now, while we're giving you your drafts for free.
We'll be with you tomorrow.
I was a stranger, and ye took me in. Hospitality, one of the oldest of the virtues, and one of the earliest signs of civilization. To shelter, to feed, to protect the stranger, to keep him safe from the perils of nature, and to guard him against the dangerous designs of his enemies. Ah, yes. What could be a more noble and generous act? It's too bad you have to be so careful about doing it these days.
Who's that?
It's me, Kent.
Elizabeth.
Yes, Elizabeth. What do you want, Kent?
Please, Elizabeth, don't be sharp with me.
Don't be sharp with you. After what you did to me?
I'm sorry, Liza.
And don't call me Liza. I hate it.
I'm sorry.
It makes me sound like a dizzy, flighty little kook.
I'm sorry.
And stop saying you're sorry.
Liza, Elizabeth.
What do you want?
I want to tell you that I have to use that word. I'm sorry.
Are you?
Yes.
That really does me a lot of good, doesn't it?
Elizabeth, you have to believe me.
No. I'm in a position now where I don't have to do anything.
Elizabeth.
Why did you come back here?
Why? I couldn't believe what had happened.
Why is it so hard to believe?
Because murder.
What about murder, Kent?
I'm not the kind of man who would commit murder.
You're not?
No, where do I come to murder? Murder is committed by those people you read about in the newspapers, not people like me.
I wish I could feel sorry for you.
That's why I came back. I couldn't believe that I could. I came up here yesterday and I managed to find you.
I'd rather we didn't talk about yesterday, Kent.
No, please hear me out. I couldn't believe that I was able to come up to your room without being seen by anyone and just kill you and hide your body in the closet. It's hard to believe.
Do you want to look in the closet, Kent?
No.
Go ahead. Look.
No, Elizabeth, please, don't ask me to do that.
Nobody's looked in the closet yet? It's a pretty sloppy hotel. A lot of glitter and polish on the outside, but I think they just shoved the dirt under the rugs.
Elizabeth, I want...
Look, the maid just poked her head in the door this morning. She saw the room was still made up. She didn't even bother to come in. Of course, sooner or later, somebody's going to look in that closet.
Elizabeth, I'm trying
They'll
to...
have to.
I couldn't believe I did it. And nobody heard the shot.
You had the noise of the crowd. Friday, it's a mob scene around here. Everywhere. The airport, people pile into the cabs. They swarm all over the hotel. You had the crowd on your side, Kent. All the music and the party.
Elizabeth, I don't want to believe it.
I don't think that matters anymore.
I can't live with it. It's too much.
Nothing's too much. As long as you're alive, anything at all beats being dead.
Elizabeth, I want to undo it.
You can't undo murder.
After I did it, I walked downstairs. I lost myself in the crowd in the lobby. There were busloads of people bound for the airport. I crowded in with them. I got there. I was going to take a plane back home, but I couldn't.
Poor Kent. You should have gone back to the city.
I'm telling you, I couldn't.
You should have gotten rid of the gun.
I know.
You did get rid of it, didn't you?
No, I still have it.
You're being stupid.
Oh, the whole thing is stupid. I didn't mean to kill you.
Then why did you have the gun?
Oh, what's the use?
The thing for you to do is to get out of here. Go back to the city. Oh, and make sure you have an alibi. Your friend Chester will be waiting to lie for you. It's the least he can do. And then, when they find out about me, you'll be in the clear.
What are you saying? Do you want me to get away with it? Huh. I should think you'd want to see me caught and punished.
Now that's the difference between us. You're alive. I'm dead. So many of the things that seem important to you, like revenge, no longer have any meaning for me.
Don't you want me to pay for what I did to you?
I don't even think about those things anymore. Are you going to answer it?
Yeah. Hello?
Good morning, George.
Oh, yes, it is morning.
It finally came. It always does. It's 6:30.
6:30?
Well, didn't you tell me you came up here to look for a certain person?
Oh, yes, that's right, I did.
Well, everybody gets up early. Breakfast at 7. They're off to the slope by 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
So, unless you're down here early, you might miss her.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
What's this little intrigue you have going on with the girl at the desk?
I had to tell her something.
And I'm sure you told it to her with that certain twinkle in your eye and that soft, caressing tone in your voice.
That's your trouble. You were always insanely jealous.
I wouldn't say insanely. I always had good cause.
And you're still jealous.
No, that's gone now, along with everything else.
Elizabeth, listen to me.
You better go downstairs. That girl at the desk is waiting
I don't
for
care
you.
about that
you
girl.
You better. She can hang you.
She what?
Kent. Oh, poor Kent. You don't realize it yet. When they find out I'm dead...
Don't say that.
Not just dead, but murdered, you're going to need an alibi. You'll have to prove you weren't here. But once your picture gets into the paper...
I don't care.
You'd better. Or they may have to bring you up here to identify what used to be my body.
Don't talk like that.
If she wants to remember you were here all the time...
Elizabeth, you're going to listen to what I have to say.
Go down and have breakfast with her.
I'm not hungry.
You owe it to her, Kent. She's a smart girl. She knows there could never be anything serious. Not with someone like you. But you fascinate her. And she likes to toy with the idea.
Elizabeth, I came here so that we could understand something.
I understand everything. It's one of the few advantages of my present state. Go downstairs for breakfast.
Suppose I do that and I come back and you'll be gone.
I'll still be here. Unless someone looks in the closet.
Don't say that.
And there's no danger of anyone doing that. Till just about noontime. I told you, the service here leaves a lot to be desired.
Elizabeth.
Go downstairs, Kent, before she becomes curious and comes up here.
You can see how jammed it is, huh?
Oh, yeah.
You seen the person you're looking for?
No.
You're in trouble, aren't you, George?
What makes you say that?
It's true, isn't it?
No. Well, yes, I suppose so.
I knew it. The second you walked in last night. I could tell.
How?
It was written all over you. How bad is it? Look, come on, I want to help you.
Do you? Really?
Yes.
Why? Why should you want to help me?
Because...
Because you like me?
Yeah, I guess you could say like.
What do you know about me?
I know you've got very deep blue eyes.
That's enough for you?
It's enough for most women. I don't care what they tell you. It's enough.
You're a wonderful person, Gloria.
How many times have you looked into a girl's eyes and said that?
Well,
all right. What's the difference? It works. Now let me help you, George.
How?
I don't know, but whatever it is you need, I'll try. You're running away, aren't you?
Why do you say that?
Well, you're here without a reservation, without luggage. It looks as if you had to leave wherever you were in a hurry.
No, it wasn't exactly like that.
Look, George, I have a place, a nice little place. My folks left it to me. It's on the other side of the lake. No one ever comes around. Nobody could ever find you there. It's yours for as long as you need it.
Thank you, Gloria, but
nothing. And I could do the cooking. I'm really a great cook.
I'm sure you are.
So? What do you say? Oh, come on, George. Don't look so serious. How bad can it be?
How bad?
It's money, isn't it?
Yes, it's money.
Well, then it can't be too serious.
It's serious enough.
Ah, yeah, but you get yourself a good lawyer, then once you're in the courtroom, you turn on the charm. You know what I mean.
Yeah, I know.
You'll see. It'll all work out eventually.
You think so?
And I'll help you all I can.
I'm really not good enough for you.
That's true. But you can't help being what you are, and I can't help being the way I am, and that's the way it goes.
But you'll help me.
Yeah. I'll help you.
Thank you. Seems to me that all I've been doing since we met is thanking you. I'm going to need you.
I'll be with you all the way.
No matter what I did?
Sure. That is, unless maybe you murdered somebody. But there's no danger of that. I can look in your eyes and I can see you're no killer.
So much for woman's intuition. What do you think of our hero, or more accurately, our central character now? Well, leaving morality and ethics out of it, you always have to have at least grudging admiration for a master in any field. Obviously, our boy has written the book on how to attract women. Yes, indeed. It seems he can always bring them around, even after they're dead. The late wife, the new girlfriend. Do we have here what the French would call a ménage à trois? You can never tell what we have until you've lived through Act 3.
Help!
It's hay fever.
Help!
And the whole world seems like one big pollen farm. Don't give up. Arm yourself with ARM, allergy relief medicine. ARM gives you full antihistamine relief for dripping and sneezing, plus congestion relief for freer breathing, clearer sinuses. Antihistamine relief plus congestion relief equals ARM.
Don't give up. Arm yourself with ARM.
Take when needed, only as directed.
You're listening to a man having a heart attack, a hard-driving newsman named Stephen Lesher. Now you become part of his dramatic life and death story.
We've got a cardiac. Oxygen, defibrillator.
In a coronary event, Stephen Lesher and his doctor, Michael Halberstam, tell what it's like to have a heart attack, to treat one, to survive one. And what a heart attack can do to a man's career, his family, his life. A coronary event, now in paperback from Popular Library. The real story of a heart attack.
Sir, I don't understand why you're calling.
I just wanted to thank you for your great little booklet, Climbing Your Family Tree.
Oh, well, we're
told me
glad
exactly how to find out who I am and where I come from.
Fine.
Do you know who I am and where I come from?
No, I don't.
I discovered I'm descended from Snoqualvian royalty.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, yes. My ancestors founded Snoqualvia's biggest industry.
Which is?
Carp.
Are you saying carp?
Right, and for 6 generations, my family has ruled over the annual Carp Fish Festival.
I see.
This year, they asked me to be the Carp King.
You must be very excited.
You bet. I get to ride in a wheelbarrow and wave a 14-pound,
carp? Mm-hmm.
I would order your booklet, so watch for it in the mail.
The booklet?
No, a 14-pound carp.
Oh, not necessary, sir.
Hey, you help me,
really?
I'll help
no,
you.
Thanks. We don't need any help like that.
Now, a free brochure tells you where and how to begin to find your family history. Climbing Your Family Tree is written by the Genealogical Department of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the Mormons. This free, easy-to-use booklet can be yours by writing Family Tree, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84150. That's Family Tree, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84150.
This is WBBM Chicago.
Two is company, they say, and 3 is a crowd. But 3 is also a triangle. Triangles in geometry are usually neat in shape, with properties that follow strict mathematical rules. On the other hand, there are those triangles which exist among human beings, in which case there are no holds barred. We have a pretty good triangle going for us here, and while it might completely mystify Mr. Euclid, it would pose no problem at all to Mr. Freud.
Look, you didn't kill someone, did you, George?
No, of course.
Good. So, do you want to come out to my place?
It's wonderful of you to offer, Gloria.
Look, I know that you're in a jam, and you're kind of upset, and maybe you can't think too clearly.
No, I'm all right.
Which is another reason why you should get away. In the condition you're in, you might say or do something that, well...
Maybe you're right.
Then you come?
Yes.
I'm finished here now, so come with me. We'll get in my car.
What now?
Like they say, there's no time like the present.
No, wait.
Why?
There's something I have to do.
What?
It's important. It's very important.
Well, okay.
No, I just have to do this one thing.
Hurry back, honey. I'll be waiting.
Elizabeth?
Yes.
There's something we have to straighten out. It's important.
It must be. You're letting it delay your little romantic rendezvous.
What rendezvous?
A little cabin on the lake with Gloria.
Oh, that. I didn't even know what I was saying.
You know something? I think you're telling the truth.
I've always told you the truth.
No. This is just one of those rare occasions. You see a pretty girl, or even one who isn't so pretty, and you have to show off your technique.
That isn't fair.
But it's true. All those affairs of yours, Kent. I don't believe you really enjoyed them. They were just reflex actions. This girl, Gloria, you don't even like her.
Elizabeth, I didn't come here to discuss...
She doesn't have the kind of regular features you go for, the classical profile.
She's not as beautiful as you are, Elizabeth.
That we know. But as I say, you can't help yourself.
Will you forget about that girl?
Why not? I've forgotten about all the others. It's just that you always have to have a little affair going. Yes, even at a time like this. Even when you've come back here to ask me such an important question.
Then you know what I want you to do.
Oh, yes. But it can't be done.
Don't say that.
If it were possible for me to feel sorry, I would say I'm sorry.
But it has to be done.
Why? Because handsome Kent Faraday wants it that way? Because Kent Faraday always gets what he wants?
Elizabeth, if you only knew...
She said she'd stay with you no matter what you did, unless it was murder. But if you play her right, she'll hold still even for that.
Elizabeth, I don't want to talk about her.
Go with her. Be with her. Make love to her the way only Kent Faraday knows how. Then she'll never want to give you up. Then she'll protect you. She'll lie. She'll cheat. She'll steal. Ask me. I know. Go to her now, before it's too late.
I want to talk about you and me.
There is no more you and me. If they discover the murder now, she'll drop you. You see, she won't have a chance to find out what she'd be missing. That's her now. Answer it.
I want to talk to you.
You're keeping her waiting.
Yeah, hello?
Honey, you okay?
Yeah.
You sure?
I'm fine, just fine.
What's keeping you up there?
I'll be down soon.
Just between you and me, it's such a great day. And are we going to enjoy it?
You bet.
Honey?
What is it?
Did anyone ever tell you how blue your eyes are?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll see you right away.
Blue eyes, you're just wasting your time here with me.
Elizabeth.
And you're also risking your life.
Listen to me, will you? We have to undo it.
Why do you persist in such a ridiculous...
It has to be. I didn't want to kill you.
You did. I'm dead. And I'm gone.
No, it isn't true.
Isn't it? Just open the closet door. You'll see me. I'm still propped up against the wall, just as you left me.
Elizabeth.
I have 2 bullet holes in my breast.
Please.
Did you have to shoot me twice?
I didn't know what I was doing.
Yes, you did. But you don't believe I'm dead.
If you're dead, how can I talk to you? How is it I can see you?
My being dead doesn't mean you can no longer see me or that you can't talk to me. Not at all.
Elizabeth, after I pulled the trigger, I prayed.
No. After you pulled the trigger, you pulled it again. Remember?
I prayed on my knees. I prayed with all my heart.
Poor Kent.
I prayed, give me another chance, a second chance.
Did you?
Just give me a chance to come here and see her again, talk to her again. Why should she die because I was greedy and stupid?
There is no second chance.
There has to be.
You would do it again, the same way.
Oh, no. No, that isn't true.
You still need the money, don't you?
Well, yes.
You'd still have to come to me for it, and I'd still refuse. You see, you'd have to kill me. That's why you're not getting a second chance.
I wouldn't kill you.
You mean you'd go back, you'd face the music, maybe even spend a year or two in jail?
I wouldn't have to.
The case against you is pretty strong.
I know, but I'd have the money to pay off.
Where would you get it? Where, Kent?
You'd give it to me?
Oh, no. I refused. That's why you killed me, remember?
This time I wouldn't have to kill you.
I still would refuse.
No, you wouldn't. You see, Elizabeth, I would convince you.
No, Kent. Never.
I would. Believe me, I would.
That won't work. You see, the way I am now, that sort of thing doesn't exist for me anymore.
Elizabeth, you fell in love with me once. You can't deny it.
No.
Think back. Remember how it was the first few years? Just you and me. How much in love we were? We were, weren't we? Are you afraid to answer?
No. No, I'm not afraid.
Look in my eyes and tell me. Tell me we were in love. It's the truth, isn't it?
Yes.
Then say it. Why are you afraid to say it?
We were in love.
Yes. Maybe I forgot to grow up. Maybe I remained a child too long. But you enjoyed the fun, too, didn't you?
Yes.
The nights we had? All over the world? Everything I've done up till now was the action of a spoiled, immature kid. But I've grown up suddenly.
Have you?
When I fired those 2 shots, it was as if something had exploded in my brain. There was a great flash, and I saw everything. Everything I've ever done wrong in my entire lifetime. It was a long list. I'm different now. I'm the man you always wanted me to be.
Are you?
Yes, darling. Yes.
How do you account for Gloria downstairs?
Oh, you said it yourself. It was a reflex action. She means absolutely nothing to me. None of them ever meant anything to me. You know that, darling. From now on, everything's going to be wonderful.
Is it?
I love you so much. And you love me. You do. Huh. You're angry. You have every right to be. I deserve every bit of that anger, but, dearest, that's in the past. It's gone. The bad things are gone.
Are they, Kent? Really?
Yes. And I'll tell you something. Our love will be better, greater, stronger, because it will have weathered this awful storm. And that's why I've come to ask you for money.
Money?
I've come to you for money before, Elizabeth. I've squandered your inheritance. And I know you're down to the last of it. I wouldn't ask if it were just another get-rich-quick scheme. No, it's different this time.
Different?
I want to wipe the slate clean. Start all over. I'll take a teaching job.
Will you?
Yes. It's really all I ever wanted to do. It was the happiest time of our life. Wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Those days will come back again. We can bring them back.
Can we, Kent?
We'll not only bring them back, but we'll keep them for ourselves, always. Hello?
Blue Eyes?
Yeah.
I'm waiting. You're going to be much longer?
No.
Well, hurry up. The day's getting away.
Yeah, sure thing. Look, darling, if you write out a check, I can take it downstairs to the desk and have it go out in the morning mail.
Kent?
And that way Chester can pay everyone off.
Kent, who was on the phone?
That was the airport.
The, airport?
Yeah, they wanted to tell me they had space available for this afternoon if I needed it. Look, I send Chester the check, special delivery, and he...
Oh, does Gloria work at the airport now?
What?
Oh, Kent, For a moment, just for a split second, I believed you.
Elizabeth.
I'm dead. I should know better.
You're not dead. You're standing here. You're talking to me.
Despite it all, I believed you. It's a line I heard before, yet I believed you.
Look, don't you understand? If I don't get that money, I'll go to jail.
I understand. I understood it the first time, when you shot me.
I have to have the money.
Even if I wanted to give it to you, I couldn't. I don't have any more.
What?
You said it yourself. You said you squandered my inheritance.
Something has to be left.
Nothing.
I won't go to jail. I would die there.
I'm sorry.
Wait. The insurance. You're insured.
Kent.
Who would know I did it? When they find your body, I'll be gone.
Kent, you asked for a second chance. Don't you see what you're doing?
You've got the insurance, and it's on your life. And I'm the beneficiary.
Don't do that, Kent.
I have to do it. Don't you understand?
Don't shoot. You can't kill me again.
I don't have any choice.
No.
I've got to get out of here.
Those were shots!
Somebody fired a gun. Hey, open up in there.
Somebody call the cops! What happened in here? George! What happened?
Go ahead, Kent. Tell her what happened.
What are you doing with that gun?
Why don't you tell her?
Look in the closet.
Oh, you murderer! Murderer!
Gloria.
Oh, yes. Gloria. Let's see you talk your way out of this one. Blue Eyes.
Well, he tried to, and he was very sincere and earnest, and he was really speaking from the bottom of his heart. But I don't think the jury was really listening. I suppose it all goes back to that old saying, while there's life, there's hope, which in this case would mean that while a woman's alive, you always have a chance to fool her. But once she's dead, well, she's just too smart for you. I'll be back shortly.
I'm Betsy Palmer speaking for CHEER, C-H-E-A-R, Children's Hearing, Education, and Research. Loss of hearing affects everyone differently. Often the loss is not discovered at birth, and this lessens the chance for early detection. CHEER can help such parents get good advice about what to do because many CHEER members have gone through the experience themselves. CHEER, founded in 1969, wants everyone to know that deafness is simply another serious medical problem, one that needs to be openly discussed and studied and learned about and overcome. You can help CHEER win the fight against hearing impairment and deafness by giving your support. Can you hear me now? Many people can't. Today, now, support CHEER, C-H-E-A-R, a voice for the hearing impaired. Contact P.O. Box 362, Yonkers, New York, 10704. That's CHEER, Box 362, Yonkers, New York, 10704.
Once again, we are confronted by the eternal questions to which there never seem to be any answers. Where do we come from? Where do we go? Well, it's been said by some that the journey is planned, the course has been charted, and the path has been marked. And there cannot even be the slightest deviation in our fate. Of course, there are also those who insist that there is no plan, no chart. Indeed, there isn't even any fate. Who to believe? Well, we make out a pretty good case for both sides each time we meet. Our cast included Michael Tolan, Terry Keane, Carol Teitel, and Nat Poland. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I'm going to the Arctic for a reason.
Well, may I ask the reason, Mr. Trelawney?
To get rich.
But I understood you were rich now.
This is nothing. I'm going up there to stake out a claim.
What sort of claim?
What sort of claim? Don't you know? That's where all the oil is. All the gold, the silver, the platinum.
That's true. Theoretically.
No. It's true. Practically. I'll need 2 good men. I've already got one, William Stillwell. Will you be the other?
Well, sir, I'll think about it.
We'll be leaving next week. I'll have to have your answer no later than tomorrow.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, custodian for things bizarre. I have a tale for you this time that starts with violence and goes on from there. It will deal with the supernatural, but will also touch upon the dangers sometimes inherent in the natural behavior of which man is capable.
Mrs. Colfax, if we remove the gag from your mouth, do you promise not to scream or call for help? Nod, if the answer is yes. You see, Eddie? She nods.
You trust her?
Take the gag from her mouth, Eddie.
That filthy thing you stuffed in my mouth. I was going to be sick.
Well, it's out now.
You better not make any noise or I'll have to slug you again.
You just wait until I tell my husband about this.
You ain't gonna tell nobody nothing.
You're planning to kill me, aren't you?
Our mystery drama, Not for Sale, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Field and Farrington and stars Rosemary Murphy and Gordon Gould. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
It only takes one glassful to know this beer. Budweiser is the king of beers. The crisp aroma of the choicest hops. And that famous snappy Budweiser taste that only the most careful brewing process and exclusive Beechwood aging can deliver. And deliver it does. A smoothness, a drinkability, and cold golden enjoyment you'll find in no other beer at any price. Anheuser-Busch headquarters, St. Louis, Missouri.
Here in my hand is a little capsule. It's Contact. It contains enough cold medicine to help relieve cold symptoms caused by every known virus. Think about that the next time you're sick. Sneezing, dripping, all clogged up. Then let us help you with real medicine, like Contact. We're #1 in the whole world.
Give your code to contact Real Medicine for real cold.
Take only as directed.
Take a close look at your next auto or appliance repair bill. What you'll probably see is something like this. $12 for parts, $22 for labor. True Value Hardware stores can help you cut those labor charges down to nothing. They offer a True Test 11-piece standard or metric socket set for just $15.50 each, so you can start doing those auto and appliance repairs yourself. The True Test standard socket set includes 7 sockets, a spark plug socket and extension, a reversible ratchet wrench, and a case. The metric set has 9 sockets, a ratchet wrench, and a case. Counting the price of a True Test socket set, plus the other parts and tools you need, you can match the mechanic's price for a tune-up. The next time your car needs a tune-up, all you will have to do is buy the parts. Let True Value Hardware stores help you save money on home and auto repairs. Get a True Test 11-piece standard or metric socket set for just $15.50 each at participating True Value Hardware stores.
I've often thought that one of the loneliest jobs on earth must be running a one-man antique shop. The kind of little squalid shop where you never see a shopper entering or a purchaser leaving, but only the proprietor pecking about among his wares like a pigeon among stale breadcrumbs. I wonder how such a proprietor feels when a potential customer does enter his shop. Is he eager to make a sale? Does he resent the interruption of his pecking? Or is he perhaps just a little frightened?
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I just thought I'd take a look around. Okay with you, Pops?
Oh, yes, certainly. Feel perfectly free to browse. I'll just go on doing what I was doing. Refinishing this old dry sink here. Little sanding, touch of glue, she'll be as good as new. Beautiful old piece.
Yeah, well, I was thinking more about a vase, you know?
Oh, there's a nice one in the window. Did you notice it as you came in?
You run this place all by yourself, do you?
I don't get enough business to keep one man occupied. What would I do with help?
You all by yourself right now?
Except for you, yes.
Well, I'll tell you what, Pops. I changed my mind about the vase. I'll take the money instead.
Are you holding me up?
Now, what do you think? This gun ain't no antique.
Well, there isn't much in the cash drawer, I'm afraid.
Well, let's look and see, okay?
Not more than a few dollars.
That all?
Well, as I told you, I don't do much business here.
$7.39. You mean this is it?
I'm afraid so, yes.
Oh, you should have kept more in the cash register because it makes me mad. And you know what I think I'm going to do? I think I'm going to use this gun here.
Surely that won't help. It won't get you any more money, and they'll be looking for you for murder.
Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself.
Oh, what good will that do?
Go ahead. Beg me a little. I like to hear people beg.
No, I don't think I care to.
Well, then. Sorry, Pops.
Can you get that, Brian?
Got it.
How do you do? This is the Colfax residence?
That's right.
I am Carl Miller, a friend of Mrs. Colfax's uncle, Milo Phillips. I wonder if I might speak for a moment with Mrs. Colfax.
Something about her uncle?
Well, it's not good news, I'm afraid.
Oh. Well, Faye, it's somebody to see you.
Okay.
Come in, Mr. Miller, is it?
Yes, Carl Miller.
Well, come on in.
There you go.
Somebody to see me, you say?
Faye, this is Mr. Miller. A friend of your Uncle Milo's.
How do you do?
How do you do? I am afraid I've some unpleasant news.
Has something happened to Uncle Milo?
I'm afraid so, yes. I came myself because I believed it could not be so painful to hear from one of his friends as from a total stranger.
He's not dead, is he?
I'm afraid that he is.
Oh, no. Oh, Brian.
Easy, Fay.
I'm sorry to bring such news. Someone, the police say, was robbing the store and shot Milo. I was the one who found him lying there. I live in the apartment over the store, and I heard the shot.
Oh, poor Uncle Milo. Who'd ever want to kill him? Such a sweet old man.
Yes, we were good friends, Milo and I. I live in the second-floor apartment. He had the rooms upstairs on the third floor. We were good friends.
Someone was robbing the shop, you say?
So the police believe.
Well, they couldn't have expected to get much.
And perhaps were angered that it was not enough. That is happening sometimes these days.
Do the police have any suspects?
Not that they've told me. Mrs. Colfax, I am in possession of Milo's will. He's left all that he had to you.
The shop?
And all the merchandise. Also, he owned the building the shop is in. Well, it's a small building and not new, but I believe there's no mortgage. You are now my landlady.
I just can't believe any of it.
Thank you for coming yourself to tell us, Mr. Miller. It was very thoughtful of you.
I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. We shall meet, I should think, in a few days.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Miller.
Oh, you're welcome. You have my sincere sympathy.
Sorry about Uncle Milo, Fay.
Just can't imagine anybody killing him. Uncle Milo. There was never a more peaceable man, and what am I going to do with an antique shop, Brian?
Sell it, I imagine. All I can remember of it is the smell of dust. The real estate ought to be worth something.
Not the best neighborhood. Poor Uncle Milo.
Well, I've always wondered why I didn't marry an heiress. It turns out I did.
I hate funerals.
There wasn't much of a turnout.
He was practically a hermit, Brian. Worked in the shop and lived in that little third-floor apartment. His whole life was right there in that old building.
At least he had one friend. I saw that Miller fellow at the funeral. Didn't get a chance to speak to him, though.
Oh, driver, here it is. Right here on the corner.
Here you are. Keep the change. Oh, Fay, watch your step. There's a puddle here.
Thank you.
The building isn't too bad. The trim could use a coat of paint, but I've seen worse.
Mr. Miller said it was free and clear. Hope he knew what he was talking about.
The thing to do is get it on the market right away.
I'd forgotten about the little bell. Oh, such a homey sound.
Good Lord. It's a junk shop. It's not an antique shop at all.
He used to have some nice things, though, mixed in with the junk. Look, he must have been working on this dry sink. It's a beautiful old piece, or will be when it's refinished.
Which will be somebody else's job, not yours.
I wouldn't mind. It's really kind of fun bringing old stuff like this back to life, for a while anyway.
You're kidding.
After all, I don't have anything else to do with my time, nothing useful.
Oh, Fay, you don't want to take on a...
Is that you, Mrs. Colfax?
Yes, who is it? Mr. Miller?
I was up in my apartment. I thought I heard the door open down here. I was a little worried after what happened to poor Milo. I saw you at the funeral.
Yes, we saw you too, but we didn't get a chance to speak to you.
I didn't go to the cemetery. It was too sad. So, you've come to inspect your inheritance.
Things are kind of disorganized, aren't they?
Milo used to claim that he could, without hesitation, put his hands upon anything he wished, from a screwdriver to a couch that needed a reupholstery.
Well, it's the next owner's problem, straightening out the mess.
Are you intending to sell them?
It's one of the things we're thinking about. We may or may not sell.
I should like the privilege of making you the first offer.
You'd be interested in buying? The shop, the building, the whole thing?
Well, I've lived in the second-floor apartment for some time now, and I should not like to move away. Also, I don't like change.
What would you do with the shop?
Well, I believe I would leave it much as it is. As I said, I don't like change. I myself am not an antique dealer, but it must be possible to find someone who would manage such a shop as an employee.
Well, we haven't made up our minds whether or not we want to sell.
Faye.
I haven't made up my mind yet.
It's my belief that such a place as this is, well, in such a neighborhood would not be suitable for a young lady.
After what happened to your uncle, I think he's right, Faye.
Well, I haven't made up my mind, one way or the other.
I should like the first refusal, however, if you do decide on selling. The price would not greatly concern me. I mean to say, I would be able to meet any other offer you might entertain.
I think we can promise you first refusal.
If we decide to sell.
Well, I will leave you then to complete your inspection. I do advise you to sell, however.
I'll remember that.
It would be a move you would never regret. Selling. You'll be very sorry indeed if you decide the other way.
What does he mean by that?
Just that he thinks you ought to sell. To him.
I don't know. It sounded almost like a threat. The way it sounded to me.
Delicious. I don't know how you'd be at running a second-hand store, but you make a fine dinner.
It's not a second-hand store. It's an antique shop. At least it will be if I take it over.
You make it sound as if you actually mean to go into the junk business.
I haven't decided yet, and it won't be the junk business, not if I go into it.
Well, I'd better be on my way.
Do you really have to go out tonight, Brian?
This man I'm seeing is considering taking out a group policy for over 1,000 employees. If he wants to talk that kind of insurance to me, I'm his man. 8 o'clock at night or 4 in the morning.
I guess the commission on a deal like that would be pretty big, wouldn't it?
Like new living room furniture?
You know something? I'll bet we could refurnish our living room right out of Uncle Milo's shop. Little refinishing here and there, some reupholstering. Oh, I bet we could.
I'm getting out of here right now before you have a chance to say another word.
Okay, bye. Don't be too late. I'll wait up.
Shouldn't take that long. Bye.
Faye.
Is that you, Brian?
No, it isn't, Brian.
Then who? Where are you? I can't see you.
I know. It's your Uncle Milo, Faye.
Uncle Milo's dead. We buried him this afternoon.
Yes. All the same, I'm your Uncle Milo.
A ghost?
I guess you'd have to call me a ghost, yes. You're not frightened, are you?
I am a little bit.
Don't be. I won't harm you.
What do you want? Why have you come back?
I want you to sell the shop and the building, but do not sell to Carl Miller.
I should think you'd want me to keep the shop.
No, it's safer to sell.
Everybody keeps talking about my safety. And if I do decide to sell, why not to Carl Miller?
It's for your own safety.
You mean because of what happened to you? Because of the holdup?
It was not a holdup what happened to me, Faye. Not a legitimate holdup. That young man was sent to my shop not to steal, but to kill me.
It has been said that if you want a woman to do something, you must advise her strongly to do exactly the opposite. If this is true of Faye Colfax, then nothing will keep her from going into the antique business. Mr. Miller has advised her against it, her husband, and now even the ghost of Uncle Milo has joined the chorus of negative advice. So, what will her decision be? We'll find out when I return shortly with Act 2.
Until now, a do-it-yourselfer needed a vise to hold his work, a workbench to hold a vise,
Then there's space to fit the workbench. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you that True Value hardware stores can help you change all that with the Black & Decker Workmate. It's a portable all-purpose workbench, vise, and more. It adjusts to hold wedge-shaped objects, pipe, even irregular and bulky items like bicycles for repair. Yet it weighs just 32 pounds and folds to the size of a collapsed lawn chair, so you can take the workbench to the work. See the Workmate portable all-purpose workbench at True Value hardware stores. And while you're there, check out their selection of Black & Decker power tools, like the 3/8-inch power drill. It drills through 3/8-inch steel or 3/4-inch hardwood. It's double insulated for electrical safety, and it's just $9.88. Black & Decker tools are just some of the values at participating True Value hardware stores. True Value. It's more than just a name. It's their way of doing business.
Here's a question for you tennis players. Do you know what makes one brand of tennis ball different from another? All tennis balls are not made the same, and you can find out the difference in the October issue of World Tennis Magazine. They evaluate all the balls now on the market and explain which kind is best for the way you play. You can have this issue of World Tennis by subscribing now at a special half-price rate. Only $4.98 for 12 monthly issues. And there's no risk. If you don't like the magazine, you can cancel and keep the October issue with their compliments. Just call toll-free 800-241-8444, and they'll send you the October World Tennis with a special feature, The Way the Balls Bounce. If you play tennis, you should be reading World Tennis Magazine. So call 800-241-8444 right away. That number again is 800-241-8444.
It seems to Fay Colfax that she heard the voice of her Uncle Milo, which is impossible, of course, because Uncle Milo died 3 days ago. He was buried only this afternoon. However, as Fay knows, the human mind can do strange things, especially when under stress. Did it happen, or did she dream it? Neither explanation is really acceptable.
Is that you, Brian?
Well, now, how many of your boyfriends have keys to... Hey, what's the matter? You look as if you've seen a ghost.
Does hearing one count?
What?
I don't really know whether I did or not. I guess it must have been a dream.
What happened, Fay?
I was sure I heard Uncle Milo speaking to me.
I think the whole thing has been too much for you.
I'm hallucinating. Is that what you think?
I didn't say that. I think you're all keyed up. Your uncle's death and the excitement of inheriting the store and the building and... Well, you just sort of imagined you heard Uncle Milo's voice.
Imagined? What's that but hallucinating? Well, how did your meeting go, Brian?
Very happily. You could end up wearing mink. Of course, once you've sold your building, I guess you can buy your own mink.
I don't think I'm going to sell it.
Is that what Uncle Milo seemed to be telling you? To keep the building and manage the shop yourself?
No, he was saying that I ought to sell, but not to Mr. Miller.
Not sell to Miller? Why?
He never got around to explaining. For my safety, he kept saying. Well, anyway, I've just about decided to see how I could make out as an antique dealer.
If you've decided, of course, that's that. I still think it's a mistake.
I can always sell the building and get out of it.
Uncle Milo got out. I wouldn't want to see you do it his way.
Brian? Are you asleep? I thought you spoke to me.
Fay.
Is that you, Uncle Milo?
Yes, Uncle Milo. And you're not dreaming. I had to come back because of the decision you've made. Fay, you must sell the building. You must not try to run the shop. You'll be in grave danger, believe me.
Why? What's so dangerous about it?
I can only tell you that Carl Miller is mixed up in something you must not get involved with.
Mixed up in what?
That's all I can tell you. You must sell the building, but don't sell it to Carl Miller. Have no dealing of any kind with Carl Miller. Is that clear?
If it's so dangerous for me, I think you ought to tell me what it is he's mixed up in.
Hey, are you talking to me?
No, I was talking to... Oh, dear.
I'm going now, Faye. Remember what I've told you.
But you haven't told me anything, can't you?
Faye, what are you talking about?
Oh, he's gone.
Well, who's gone?
You'll just have to take my word for it, Brian. It was Uncle Milo again, and I didn't dream him.
Faye, you can't start believing things like that, or you'll be in trouble.
All right, then. I guess I'm in trouble. Bless you, Brian. Come here and look at the beautiful old roll-top desk I found.
I don't know how you can tell a roll-top desk from a used car under all this dust.
I heard you sneezing. I don't think this old desk was for sale. I think Uncle Milo must have been using it. There's some papers and things.
Is that you, Mrs. Colfax?
Here we go again.
Yes, Mr. Miller, back here.
I heard you again from up in my apartment. You're making an inventory?
Nothing that formal. Just checking over what's fit to keep and what isn't.
Does this mean that you have come to a decision?
Yes. I'm not going to sell, Mr. Miller.
This is a mistake, I assure you.
You can keep on living here. Don't worry about that.
Oh, it's not as simple as that, Mrs. Colfax. There are complications here which I do not believe you would understand.
Try me, Mr. Miller. I'm a fairly intelligent woman.
I advise you to sell to me, Mrs. Colfax. The price is no matter. I will pay you more than another would pay.
I'm not going to sell the building to you, Mr. Miller.
Well, you'll be sorry. I promise you, Mrs. Colfax, you'll be very sorry.
Are you threatening my wife, Miller?
I've made your wife a promise. I'll leave you now to think the matter over.
That was a threat if I ever heard one, Faye.
He's into something shady, all right. There is a kind of inventory here. I found it in the desk. Pretty well organized for Uncle Milo, too.
A list of all this junk?
Yes, under 3 headings. Saleable, needs mending, junk. You see, he did know some of it was junk.
What's that scribble down at the bottom?
In end table. Can't make the rest of it out.
Let me see. In end table, Miller apartment. In the end table, in Miller's apartment.
It doesn't say what or which end table. I guess we'll just have to go through all the end tables up there. I mean, if you thought it was important enough to give it a separate listing, I guess it's important enough to look for.
In Miller's apartment?
Here's something else.
More inventory?
No, bank books. 3 of them. He had... Good Lord.
What is it?
There are 3 bank books here, and... Brian, 2 of them have a balance of $20,000, and the third, $12,500.
$52,500. Where would he get hold of money like that?
Must have been his life savings.
Let me see those bank books.
Here.
Faye, all these deposits have been made in the last 5 years. Each deposit for $1,000, except one for $1,500. The last one.
He must have been making a lot more out of the shop than we thought.
No, he wasn't. I looked over the books he kept on the shop, and he was barely scratching out a living.
Well, then, where did the $50,000 come from?
There's only one logical answer, Faye. Whatever it is that Miller is involved in, Uncle Milo was in it, too.
Miller, you're trying to make some kind of a fresh air nut out of me? Making me meet you here in the park?
It's the safest place. I don't wish the Colfaxes to see her coming into my apartment. Let me worry about these things, Eddie. They're not your duty.
Okay. Hey, how about my bread?
Bread? Oh, money. In this envelope. $2,500. Okay. The second half of your payment for the Milo Phillips affair.
I did a clean job, didn't I? The cops, I read in the paper, they're still saying it was nothing but a stick-up.
Yes. I've sent a commendation about you to our superiors.
Hey, you ain't kidding? You really did?
I went so far as to recommend that you be sent to our special training school in South America. You didn't know we have such a school there, did you?
The only thing is, though, I don't want to go back to school.
You cannot go on to better things without training, Eddie. Espionage is like war. It is war. The soldiers must be trained.
It sounds like getting drafted or something. Okay, when do I start?
Not quite so fast as that. You must prove yourself and earn the right.
Well, I just did this good, clean job for you. What more do you want?
Perhaps another good, clean job?
Oh, yeah? Same thing?
Essentially the same, but more complicated. There is a person who is refusing to do business with me and I think must be eliminated. I wish to buy a property from her, and she will not sell.
She?
Would that make a difference to you? That this time it's a woman?
Well, why should it? So a woman. Who cares?
Brian, are you home?
Been home for half an hour. Where were you?
I went to those 3 banks.
Where Uncle Milo kept his money?
That's right. It's all in there, in the banks.
What did you find out?
They've already been notified. They were all set, all 3 places, to switch the accounts over to my name. All they needed was my signature. We're rich. And I aim to put the money to good use. It's all going right into that shop. All that's necessary, anyway.
Well, easy come, easy go.
Now, Brian, don't be discouraging. I know I can make it work.
I have no doubt that you can make a going concern of the shop. The only thing is...
The only thing is what?
There's still Mr. Miller upstairs. We don't know yet what kind of shady thing Miller is into. And we're not sure, of course, that Uncle Milo was in it with him. But what if he was? What if we find out that money was illegally come by? Isn't there a chance you'll have to give it back?
I hadn't thought of that.
Well, I think you ought to consider it before you start actually spending the money.
Hey, Miller.
I wish you'd come away from that window, Eddie.
Well, don't you want to know what I just seen out there?
All right. What was it?
She just parked her car across the street. The Colfax name. She's crossing the street. She must be on her way to the store downstairs.
You will now have to stay here until she leaves. Please come away from that window.
Okay. Hey, what's the matter with right now, Miller?
You mean to do what is necessary with Mrs. Colfax?
Sure. She's alone for once without her husband tagging along. I just as soon get it over with. There's no point in waiting.
But in broad daylight? I don't want her left in the shop. That would be too much like the other time with Mother Phillips.
Well, I don't see anything wrong with leaving it there in the shop.
I do, Eddie. And I'm still the one who decides such things.
Hey, wait a minute, I got it. I go down there right now and I bring her up here. We keep her up here, dead or alive, I don't care which, until it's good and dark outside and things have quieted down some. Then I take the body out and dispose of it. I know where to get rid of it. You don't have to worry about that.
I don't wish a killing performed in my apartment.
Okay, so we keep her up here alive. I take care of her later, after we leave here. The thing is, we got her in a spot right now where we can get her without her husband getting in our way.
What if he comes to meet her at the shop and finds she's not there?
So he goes away.
With her automobile parked just across the street for all to see.
I bet there's a million cars just like theirs in this town. I bet there's maybe 3 or 4 in this block right now. What's going to make him think it's his car?
In these matters, Eddie, it is not advisable for the upstart to take over from the professional.
Who's taking over? All I'm saying is we got a good chance right now, and we don't know when we'll get another one like it. The longer she's walking around able to make trouble, the more trouble she's apt to make.
I shall think it over.
Hiya, Mrs. Colfax.
Oh, you startled me. What can I do for you?
What you can do for me, Mrs. Colfax, is come along with me and not make any trouble.
What are you talking about?
Just come along with me nice and quiet. That's all you have to know.
I will not go with you.
Not even if I point a gun at you, Mrs. Colfax? Like this?
murder, cold and premeditated, to be Fay Colfax's reward for her stubbornness, firm-mindedness, if you prefer, unaware that what she has pitted her determination against is an espionage ring. She is blocking the purposes of men desperate enough to plan her elimination. Whether or not her firm-mindedness can deliver her from this precarious situation is a question we shall try to answer when I return shortly with Act 3.
A lot of folks say the only differences between beers are the names. Well, I know some people who wouldn't like to hear that, because for 100 years they've been Beechwood aging their beer to give it a taste, a smoothness, and a drinkability found in no other beer at any price. Why go to all that extra time and expense? They know you can tell a great beer when you taste it.
You've said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, headquarters, St. Louis, Missouri.
If your attic has less than 6 inches of insulation on the floor, you're being robbed every day without ever knowing it. To stop the under-insulation robber and possibly save up to 30% on the cost of fuel to heat and cool your home, inspect your attic. Then see your neighborhood CertainTeed building materials dealer or insulation contractor. CertainTeed fiberglass attic insulation will stop that robber once and for all.
This is WBBM Chicago. Are you planning to refurnish your present offices? Or are you starting a new business and need new office furniture? Stretch your important furniture dollars by shopping at Chicago's only department store of office furnishings, the Office Equipment Company of Chicago, 223 West Lake Street. Their phone number is 236-5858. That's where you'll find more than 40,000 square feet of office furniture, carpet, and accessory displays. The Office Equipment Company of Chicago offers you budget prices on such quality office furniture names as Kimball, Cole, Hahn, Murphy Miller, ChairTex, and many others, all in stock for immediate delivery. Whether you're furnishing one office or a dozen, a conference room or a cafeteria, you'll find it on display and in stock at the Office Equipment Company of Chicago. Delivery is free. Call 236-5858 or write for their free 24-page budget catalog or visit the showrooms at 223 West Lake. Plenty of free parking at Office Equipment Company of Chicago.
To most of us, espionage is a thing of two aspects, and the aspects are poles apart. The bad guys, their side. The good guys, our side. For years now, this has been a boon to writers, producers, publishers, and, to be fair, audiences. Well, it's the bad guys we're dealing with in our story, and they've got their hands on our heroine, Fay Colfax. Her husband is as yet unaware of her situation.
Hello? Oh, hi, Barney. The Oasis at 5? I wish I could, Barney. But Fay's spending the afternoon at that shop she inherited, and I promised to pick her up there. And I don't like to have her waiting around in that place. Right. Maybe tomorrow. Okay. Thanks for calling, Barney.
It's me, Miller. Eddie, I got the dame with me.
Be quiet. How can we be sure no one is listening?
There ain't nobody here but just you and me and her. Go on inside, Mrs. Colfax.
Just keep your hands off me. What are you going to do with me?
Well, should I tell her, Miller, or you want to let her guess?
I told you, Mrs. Colfax, that you were making a mistake in not selling this building to me. Well, we must all pay for our mistakes. Isn't that true?
And you two are going to have plenty to pay for. You've kidnapped me. That's what you've done.
My dear Mrs. Colfax, we've only invited you up to my apartment, which you own, for a cup of tea. Would you like a cup of tea?
You've brought me here against my will, and that's kidnapping.
The question is academic. If it makes you feel better to consider yourself a kidnapped victim, then by all means do so.
And what are we going to do with her, Miller? It won't be dark for a couple of 3 hours yet.
It was your idea to bring her up here to my apartment against my better judgment. That's for you to keep her out of trouble until the proper time.
Proper time for what?
Well, I guess the safest thing would be to tie her up so she can't make trouble.
Tie me up?
And gag her.
I leave it entirely to you. I take no part in any of this.
Okay.
Get your hands off me.
Help me, can't you, Miller? She's got about 20 hands. Ah! Oh, it's claws.
I take no part.
Okay, I'll have to do it my way. I'm sorry about that, Mrs. Colfax. Faye? Faye? Faye!
Now, well, answer, will you? Answer. She's not at home. She's not here. So, where would she be?
Eddie, I'm afraid the gag is too much for her mouth. I think she cannot breathe.
So? One way or another, what's the difference?
No, I told you, not in my apartment.
So you told me. I say the best place is in your apartment, right here. Who's going to ask questions? I see a couple of guys carrying a used rug out of the junk shop down there. I say we do it right here.
You will do as I say.
Why?
Because if you do not, I will withdraw my commendation of you to our superiors.
Oh. Yeah, well, look, I didn't mean anything, Miller. I mean, a guy's got a right to an opinion, ain't he?
Take the gag from her mouth. Mrs. Colfax, if we remove the gag, do you promise not to scream or call for help? Nod if the answer is yes. You see, Eddie, she nods.
You trust her?
Take the gag from her mouth, Eddie.
That filthy thing you stuffed in my mouth. I was afraid I was going to be sick.
Well, it's out now.
You better not make any noise or I'll slug you again.
You just wait until I tell my husband about this.
You ain't gonna tell nobody nothing.
You're planning to kill me, aren't you?
As I've told you again and again, it was a mistake not to sell the building to me.
How would it help to kill me? You still wouldn't own the building.
But someone will inherit. Your husband, I should think. And he was in favor of selling. The whole time. That's what he advised you.
Do you think he'd sell it to you if you killed me?
He'll not know that I was involved.
Oh, don't you believe it? He's as suspicious of you at this point as I was. If anything happens to me, he'll know exactly whom to blame.
She's snowing you, Miller. Don't listen to her.
Why do you want to buy this place so badly anyway? It can't be you just don't want to move. Nobody kills people just to keep from moving out of an apartment.
It would be a matter of considerably more complication than only moving myself and my furniture out.
I think you're talking too much, Miller.
As you have said, she will be unable to repeat what I've told her. I believe we owe her something, at least to know the reason for what we must do to her.
Okay, you're the boss, but I still think you're talking too much.
You see, Mrs. Colfax, this apartment is the center of a very complicated organization. It would be most difficult to move such an operation to a new center.
More difficult than committing murder?
The sad truth is, yes.
What kind of operation?
Well, I am what is known as the control.
Miller, are you crazy?
She'll have to go. Even she must see that now. Makes no damage if I tell her the rest.
I think it makes a lot of damage, maybe. You just remember, that's what I think.
I am the control for a very large network of, what do you call us, secret agents working for my homeland.
And against mine.
This must be the way of it. To be in favor of one thing in action must be against another. That is, unfortunately, a fundamental truth.
You won't get away with it. My husband...
No one to speak.
I know you're in there. I heard you talking.
Better, I suppose, to answer the door. You have your pistol, lady.
You better believe it.
Very well. Yes? Oh, it's Mr. Colfax.
Have you got my wife in there?
My dear Mr. Colfax, why would I have your wife with me?
Why is another question. I asked if she's in there.
Of course she's not.
I am, Brian. They've got me tied up.
What? You needn't have pushed me. I wouldn't have kept you out.
Hey, what have they...
Make them untie me, Brian.
You heard her. Untie her.
Fat chance. I think perhaps it would be better. We might talk in a more civilized way.
What's the point, anyway, Miller?
Because I say so. You have your gun in any case to assure no trouble. I think better to release her and watch closely.
You do it. I'll hold the gun.
As you say.
Are you all right, Faye?
My hands are a little numb.
How do you explain this, Miller?
Well, very simple.
They're spies, Brian.
What?
Both of them. They've admitted it. I'm sure they're responsible for Uncle Milo's murder, and they plan to kill me.
What's the matter?
Now they'll think they have to kill you, too. You shouldn't have come here, Brian.
Do you plan to kill us, Miller?
I suppose it will be necessary.
Why, you...
Watch it, Buster. I'd just as soon use this gun now as later.
What are we going to do?
They can't get away with this.
Faye! Faye!
Is that you, Uncle Milo?
What? What is this?
Do we have a visitor, Faye?
Yes.
Don't make riddles. Is this a code? You spoke of Milo.
Did I? Well, he's been on my mind a lot lately. It's only natural.
Don't answer me when I speak to you, Faye. Just pay attention. I'm not sure whether I can make a physical interference or not.
Hey, why is she looking like that? Like listening?
If a poltergeist can do it, I think I ought to be able to. Wouldn't you think?
What's in the end table, Uncle Milo?
What?
I was just admiring your end table over there by the couch.
No, not the one by the couch, Faye. By the ugly brown chair there in the corner. It's a list of names. Names of the agents he controls.
She keeps looking that way, listening.
It's none of your business how she looks.
I will try to bump the arm that holds the gun. The young one. Eddie, is it? I'll try to bump his arm, and you'll have to tell Brown to jump him when the gun wobbles off to one side. No, not now. I'll tell you when.
There is something strange here, the way Mrs. Colfax looks. I believe, Eddie, we must do it now, and here, both of them.
No, Faye, no!
Jump him, Brian. Now, the one with the gun.
Hey, what the devil? What's you... No!
You're beautiful, Brian.
Get the gun. I don't know how long the kid will stay out. Get the gun.
I've got it. Here, Brian. I don't think I could do much with it.
What's the matter with you, Miller?
I'm shot. I'm wounded. Eddie shot me.
Are you all right, Brian?
Sure. He never laid a glove on me. How about you?
I'm fine. You were wonderful, Brian. You hit him so hard.
I was angry. I think he's coming around. Listen, you two. I've got the gun now, and I'm willing to use it if you make it necessary.
I'm wounded. I must be helped.
You're shot in the arm. You'll live.
Eddie, you shot me. Why did you shoot me?
Somebody pushed me. I don't know. Somebody pushed me.
They call the FBI, I guess, if they're spies. Don't move, Eddie. Get on the phone, Faye.
Don't forget the end table. That list of names in there could break up the whole spy ring.
Can I talk to you now?
Well, of course you can talk to me. Oh, you mean Uncle Milo?
Yes. No reason why not now.
You're better than a poltergeist, aren't you?
Well, as good, anyway.
Well, the FBI has the list of names, and they have Miller and Eddie. Is there any reason why we can't go home now?
Not one reason I can think of. And incidentally, several good reasons why we should.
You've lost your best prospect, you know. I can't imagine who you're going to sell this old building to now.
I'm not going to sell it to anybody. I'm going to make the antique shop into a real swinging place.
And you have $50,000 to work with, don't forget.
Uncle Milo has just reminded me that I have $50,000 to work with.
Okay, I give up. Let's go home.
I think I'll go home now, too. I'm very tired.
An altruistic ghost. A ghost that comes back to set things straight. Not for himself, but for those it has left behind. Well, it's about time we had such a ghost story. Ghosts have been much maligned. They always seem to be chain rattlers and complainers, bent upon revenge. I think it's refreshing to hear about one who was on the side of the good guys. I'll be back in a few minutes.
You know, some cars that are economical aren't terribly exciting.
This certainly isn't terribly exciting.
Well, you can't have everything.
And some cars that are fun aren't very economical.
This certainly isn't very economical.
Well, you can't have everything.
But the Opel Isuzu is different. It has things like a hefty overhead cam engine, rack and pinion steering, reclining bucket seats, and a short-throw 4-speed transmission.
Gee, a short throw sounds like fun.
Certainly does.
Want to try it?
Certainly do.
Good one. Now I'll throw you.
And besides all that fun, the Opel Isuzu also gives you mileage you wouldn't believe. According to the EPA, with standard 4-cylinder engine and 4-speed transmission, the Opel Isuzu gets an estimated 23 miles per gallon in the city and a big fat 36 on the highway, bearing in mind, of course, the fact that your mileage may vary.
Bob, we just passed another gas station.
Yeah, and wasn't it fun?
The exciting, economical Opel Isuzu at your Buick Opel dealers.
What can cause hemorrhoids?
Strenuous activity, pregnancy, constipation, change in diet.
Oh, well, are pain and itching symptoms?
Sometimes. If you suffer occasional pain and itching of hemorrhoidal tissues, use Preparation H to relieve discomfort for hours in many cases. And Preparation H actually helps shrink swelling of hemorrhoidal tissues caused by inflammation.
You know, I'll try it.
Use only as directed. Preparation H comes in ointment or suppositories. Relieves pain and itch. Helps shrink swelling of hemorrhoidal tissues.
I'm Billie Jean King. I want to talk about the United Nations Children's Fund. UNICEF's vital task is to prepare millions of today's children to become useful, productive adults in tomorrow's world. If the coming generations can be liberated from the poverty, disease, and ignorance that bind them, the world will be a better place. To help support UNICEF in its enormous job of protecting and training today's children for the challenges of the years to come, write UNICEF, United Nations, New York 10017, for information.
Mr. Miller and Eddie have been brought to justice and received deservedly severe sentences. Fay Colfax is the proprietor of a very successful antique shop, and she and Brian are in the process of living happily ever after. The apartment directly over the shop is rented at the present time to a nice young couple. But the small third-floor apartment is kept vacant in case Uncle Milo decides to pay another visit. Up to now, he has not done so, as far as anyone knows. Our cast included Rosemary Murphy, Gordon Gould, Court Benson, and Jack Grimes. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores, Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Certainteed fiberglass attic insulation. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Check. He should have been here over an hour ago. Mate. Listen to that. I doubt if we'd even be able to find a place like this. Paths are bogged, the roads are torrent. That's what comes of living so far out.
Never mind, dear. Perhaps you'll win the next one.
That'll be him. I'll get him. Oh, Boris, I'm so glad you passed it all right. Oh, what a dreadful night. Shall I take a photo? Come in. Here we are. Sergeant Major Morris. When he went away, he was a slip of a youth in the warehouse. Now look at him.
You don't look to have taken much harm.
Where were you stationed, Sergeant Major?
Lhasa. Madras in the south. A couple of years with the garrison at Kabul.
I'd like to go to India myself someday. Just to look about a bit, you know.
Better where you are.
Matter of fact, I picked up this book. It's about India. I'll show you. Got some good illustrations. Some colored ones as well. Now, let's see. Whereabouts are we? Ah, here we are. The land of supreme marvels. Now, have a look through that, Boris. Bring back some old memories, eh? Yes, I'd love to see some of those old temples, and jugglers, and fakirs.
Fakirs?
Yes, fakirs. Anyway, it's certainly a very strange part of the world. What was that you were telling me the other day about a monkey's paw or something?
Oh. It's nothing worth hearing.
Monkey's paw? What's that?
Well, it's just a bit of what you might call magic, perhaps.
Oh, good Lord.
To look at. It's just an ordinary little ball, dragged to a mummy.
And what's so special about it?
He had a spell put on it by an old fakir, a very holy man. He wanted to show that fate ruled people's lives, and that those who interfered with it did so to their sorrow. He put a spell on it so that 3 separate men could each have 3 wishes from it.
Why don't you have 3, sir?
I have.
Did you really have 3 wishes granted?
I did.
And has anybody else wished?
The first man had his 3 wishes. I don't know what the first 2 were. The third was for death. That's how I got the paw.
If you've already had your 3 wishes, it's no good to you now then, Morris. What do you keep it for?
Fancy, I suppose. I did have some idea of selling it. I don't think I will. It has caused enough mischief already. Besides, people won't buy. I think it's a fairy tale, some of them. Those that do think anything of it want to try it first and pay me afterwards.
If you could have another 3 wishes, would you have them?
I don't know.
How'd you do it then, Morris?
Simply hold it in your right hand and wish out loud. Let's let it burn.
If you don't want it, Morris, let me have it.
Pitch it on the fire again like a sensible man. Very well. But don't blame me for what happens. If you don't mind, I'll have to be going. Otherwise I'll miss that train.
Get your coat.
No, sir. Thank you very much. Good night, Major. Good night. Come
night.
again. But I warn you, wish for something sensible.
I don't know what to wish for, and that's a fact. Seems to me I've got all I want.
It all sounds like the Arabian Nights to me.
Well, why not wish for some money? Say £200.
Oh, very well. I wish for £200. It moved. As I wished, it twisted in my hand like a snake.
Well, I don't see any money.
Must have been your fancy, Father.
Well, there's no harm done, but gave me a shock all the same.
Well, I think it's about time we were going up. Hey, Father?
I expect you'll find the cash tied up in a big bag in the middle of your bed. And something horrible, squatting upon the wardrobe, watching you as you pocket your ill-gotten gains.
Good night, Herbert. Just think of all that nonsense Morris came out with last night. Herbert and I had a hard time trying to restrain our laughter.
If you hadn't, Morris would have felt like a fool.
I suppose all old soldiers are the same. Arabian Nights nonsense. I mean, how could wishes be granted in this day and age? And if they could, how could £200 hurt you, Father?
Might drop on his head from the sky. Only one letter today. Doesn't look as though it contains £200. Might be a cheque, though.
Morris said things happen so naturally that you might, if you so wished, attribute it to coincidence.
Well, don't break into the money before I get back. I'm afraid it'll turn you into a mean, avaricious man. And we shall have to disown you. Goodbye.
Well, what good fortunes has the post brought? It's the tailor's bill for your suit. 18 shillings and threepence. Herbert will have some more of his funny remarks, I expect, when he comes home.
I dare say. All that thing moved in my hand, and that I'll swear to.
You thought it did.
I say it did. There is no thought about it. It actually moved. It may seem far-fetched to you, but the paw did come from India. There are numerous strange customs and tales in that book I showed Morris that you'd find hard to believe. An Indian, for instance, would not dare kick a cow to make it move because they believe that the animal possesses some sort of divine power, which makes them sacred. Naturally, their gods punish. What's the matter?
I was asked to call. I come from Maura Meggins.
Is anything the matter? Has anything happened to her? What is it?
There, Mother. Sit down and don't jump to conclusions. I'm sure you haven't brought bad news, sir.
I'm sorry.
Is he hurt?
Badly hurt. But he's not in any pain.
Thank God. Thank God for that.
He was caught in the machinery.
Caught in the machinery.
Yes. The phone wishes me to express their sincere sympathy to you in your great loss. I hope you'll understand I'm only their servant and merely obeying orders. I'm to say that Maura Meggins disclaim all responsibility. They admit no liability whatsoever. But in consideration of your son's services, they wish me to present you with a certain sum as compensation.
Compensation? For how much?
£200.
Father has gone out again today. He's finding it hard. I cannot any longer predict what he will do or when he will be back. It does not seem like 12 days since the burial. I wish I could not remember it so well. I never saw my son. Perhaps I could not have brought myself to look at him anyway. My last memory of him is watching him walk so briskly down the road to work. It was exactly a month before his 25th birthday. He had so little experience of life. Today I found myself setting the table for 3. So silly. Once I nearly called him to come downstairs. The Reverend told me that he had rarely seen so many people paying their respects. He was always popular at the factory. Everybody liked him. Even Mr. Meggins came to the funeral, and he sent the largest and most beautiful wreath. It will be 3 months before we can place a stone at the head of the grave. Mr. Morton tells us that it will take that time for the earth to settle and harden. It saddens me to have to renew the flowers on a mound of earth.
Come back to bed. You will get cold.
It's colder for my son. you still have it?
The parlor on the cabinet. Why?
I only just thought of it.
Thought of what?
The 2 wishes. We only had one. We've got 2 more left. Go down and get it quickly and wish our son back alive.
Good God, are you mad? Wasn't 1 wish enough?
Get it. We had the first wish granted. Why not the second?
Coincidence. Go back to sleep. You don't know what to say.
Go and get it and wish.
But he's been dead 12 days. Besides, I was only able to recognize him by his clothing. If it was too terrible for you to see then, why, now?
Bring him back. You think I fear the child I nursed?
I wish my son alive again.
It's all right now, dear. He'll be back. Will you replace the oil, dear?
up the stairs.
Herbert.
What are you going to do?
Oh, my boy, it's Herbert. I forgot. It's 2 miles away, the cemetery. What are you holding me for? Let go, I must see him.
For God's